The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the amendment as circulated in my name. Public schools in this country are in crisis. They've been left to flounder, abandoned by both state and federal governments, which seem neither interested in nor capable of delivering 100% of the schooling resource standard, the level of funding that means a fully funded school. Only 1.3% of public schools nationally receive the full SRS funding they desperately need, while 98% of private schools are overfunded. This government is throwing more money at private schools, while our public schools, where the majority of Australian kids study, are left behind. Let's be very clear about what the Schooling Resource Standard, or SRS, is. It's the absolute bare minimum of funding. The SRS is designed to get only 80% of students across the line. The impact is very real. Across Ryan, we see this underfunding play out in schools every day. Our public schools are known for their fantastic teachers and engaged communities, but that goodwill isn't enough to keep them running without adequate funding. We have the latest numbers and they're damning. Ashgrove State School, $1.7 million short per annum. Kenmore South State School, $2.5 million short. Ferny Grove State High School, $5.3 million short. Kenmore State High School, $5 million short. Mitchelton Special School, $1 million short, and that's nearly $12,000 per student. Ironside State School, $2.3 million short, and Indooroopilly State High School is underfunded by a staggering $6.3 million. What does this dire underfunding mean for the students? At Indooroopilly State High, kids queue for the bathroom during their entire lunch break because there aren't enough toilets. Some have yet to see the inside of a science lab, a pivotal part of learning, purely because there's just no space or funding for specialised classrooms. At Kenmore State High School, there isn't even enough space to hold an all-school assembly or ceremony. Other schools are relying heavily on already overburdened and overworked parents on the PNC to fundraise for basic classroom and school essentials. It's truly a testament to the amazing community in Ryan that these parents and these PNC members work so hard for their school communities, but they shouldn't have to beg for the bare necessities. The bare necessities. It's shameful. Meanwhile, private schools rake in taxpayer money to build elaborate facilities like state-of-the-art science labs, Olympic-sized pools or drama theatres. Every day this year, the federal government will give $51 million to private schools. That's every day, while leaving public schools underfunded. Every day. How is that a fair system? It is not. The SRS, remember, is a bare minimum standard. It's designed to fund only 80% of students adequately, and still 98% of public schools can't even reach that minimum. Under existing funding arrangements, the federal government contributes just 20% of full funding to public schools, but it gives 80% of full funding to private schools. The legislated 20% default is a coalition relic. When the Prime Minister at the time, Malcolm Turnbull, introduced the original agreement, he was looking to completely end the federal government's involvement in public schools. At the time, Labor railed against this policy, so it's astounding that this bill does not guarantee more funding for public schools. It's just a recycled version of bad coalition policy. This deal risks locking in the terminal decline of public schooling in Australia. Successive governments are eroding our public goods, forcing Australians to accept poorer standards or pay for a private system. Frankly, I find this embarrassing from a Labor government. No, more than embarrassing, it's absolutely destructive. An abandonment of the everyday Australians their party was set up to serve. Because what the Greens are proposing is not only common sense, just ensure all public schools are fully funded and start by lifting the Commonwealth contribution to a minimum of 25%. Let's look at underfunding in Queensland. Public schools will be underfunded by $1.7 billion this year. That's $3,000 per child. This isn't just a dollar amount in a column in the budget. It's kids missing out on essential parts of their education. Kids going without music classes or sports. It means there's just not enough teachers, and teachers working themselves to utter exhaustion, even spending their own money, and I have seen this, on classroom basics. Let me remind you here that school teachers are actually paying more in income tax than the entire oil and gas industry pays in PRRT. In the last decade, Australian teachers have forked out an average of $9.5 billion per year in tax. The oil and gas industry, $4.6 billion in PRRT. Teachers are getting squeezed and bearing the brunt of the underfunding crisis, and yet the government will happily hand out billions in subsidies to fossil fuel companies that are unwilling to realistically meet the bare minimum standard for schooling across the country. It's a harrowing indictment of where the government's priorities lie. Because let's not forget the skyrocketing out-of-pocket costs for parents in our free public school education and in a cost of living crisis. Families pay thousands each year for laptops, for stationery, for textbooks and excursions, all to close that gap left by government inaction. The average public school in Australia charges $409 in fees per student per year, and yet this government actually has the funds. They're boasting an $18 billion surplus. They find billions for fossil fuel subsidies, which worsen the climate crisis. They pour billions into tax breaks for investors that worsen the housing crisis. And they're forecasting nearly $500 billion for nuclear submarines. But the bare minimum for our public schools, for our kids' education, it's absolutely appalling. This funding crisis is taking a toll. School infrastructure is actually falling apart. Teachers are exhausted and burning out. Kids are missing out on the most basic educational opportunities. And if we keep going down this road, public schools face decades of decay. Every child in Australia, every child deserves access to a fully funded, high-quality public school. Public education is the bedrock of a fair society. It opens doors, builds communities and lifts kids up. It's an investment in Australia's future, but Labor and the Coalition have failed time and again to deliver this essential service, this essential right. They have deprioritised it. Shame. This is a rare chance to end a decade of shameful neglect and fully fund public education. There is a simple solution: lift the Commonwealth contribution to a minimum of 25% and ensure 100% SRS funding for all public schools by 2025. Without it, we'll watch another generation of young people miss out on the education they deserve. The government has a choice. Will they keep entrenching a two-tier system that leaves public schools struggling, or will they finally invest in every child's future and fully fund public schools? The Greens will support the passage of this bill through the House, but we reserve our position in the Senate and will be seeking amendments to this bill. Thank you.
Thank the member for Ryan. Is the amendment seconded? The original question was that this bill be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan has moved as an amendment that the words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is now that the amendment be agreed to. I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, there are few things more important than the education of our children. A quality education system is and should be a primary aspiration for every country on the planet because education changes lives and improves societies. But this aspiration can only be fully realised when our education system is founded in both quality and equity. There is a clear correlation between the quality of a country's educational system and its general economic status and overall well-being. A high-quality and equitable education system costs money. There is no getting around that, but apart from healthcare and protecting our planet, there is no better objective, in my opinion, for a society to channel its resources towards. So what is currently happening to create a better and fairer education system for all Australians? The bill we're debating today comes about because the National School Reform Agreement is expiring at the end of this year. It is to be replaced with the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, which will run for the next 10 years. The stated purpose of the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement is to ensure all public schools receive full and fair funding and to put every public school on a path to 100% of the schooling resource standard. This schooling resource standard, known as the SRS, was conceived in the 2011 Gonski Review and is the estimated amount of the total public funding required for each school to meet the needs of their students. When the SRS is 100%, a school is considered fully funded. The Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority data shows that 98% of private schools are funded above the SRS recommended by Gonski, and that more than 98% of public schools are funded below it. Excellent news for the independent schools, but obviously a long way to go for the public schools. The ACT is the only jurisdiction in the country that has achieved 100% SRS funding. The Northern Territory is the lowest at 76%. The rest hover in the high 80s or low 90s percentile. Until now, public schools have been chronically underfunded, with the Commonwealth contributing 20% of the SRS and the states supposed to be contributing 80%. However, the states in general have not met this mark, contributing just 75%, and there has been a persistent 5% gap in funding. The fact is that public schools starved of resources have difficulty offering face-to-face teaching in the most demanding senior school subjects, let alone the full range of educational experience in the arts, physical education and competitive sport. One of the school leaders in my youth partnership program explained to me that she and other students at the local state high school, and I quote, are beginning to teach themselves. Teachers are taking sick days as a poor attempt to stay afloat, and students' educational needs are being neglected. And I visited the local state high school closest to my office on the Northern Beaches in Sydney at the invitation of the P&C, who were desperate for support. I was deeply shocked at the substandard conditions of the school: toilets with no doors, staircases blocked off too dangerous to use, leaking gas in the chemistry labs, mould on the ceilings, on the floors and on the walls, ripped up carpet, leaking roofs throughout the school. And committed and passionate teachers trying desperately to advocate for their students. I must admit, I was close to tears when I saw that the same art textbooks being used at that school were the same ones I used when I was in Year 7, 40 years previously. What message are we sending our young people about the importance of education if this is what we're offering them? From a funding point of view, the Commonwealth is agreeing to lift its share of the SRS from 20 to 22.5% in return for the states and territories lifting their share from 75% to 77.5%. Importantly, that funding cannot go backward. It is a floor, not a ceiling, thank goodness. To date, the Northern Territory, Western Australia and Tasmania have signed up to the agreement. Funding arrangements aside, in signing onto the agreement, all governments around Australia commit to targeted reforms focused on 3 priority areas: equity and excellence, wellbeing for learning and engagement, and a strong and sustainable workforce. It is the first of these priority areas that I want to focus on today, and that will be the subject of my second reading amendment. Nowhere should the goal of equity be more important than in our public school system. The ordinary meaning of equity is important here because it's quite different from equality. To be treated with equity is to be treated with fairness and justice, whereas equality means providing the same to all. Equity means recognising that we do not all start from the same place, and we need to acknowledge and adjust for imbalances. This is also the fundamental proposition of the Gonski philosophy of needs-based funding. This is where all students and schools are funded, but those who need more support receive extra loadings. It's a very simple proposition, and it's disappointing that the Gonski reforms were not implemented in full. It is this difference in the definitions of equity between the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement and the Gonski Review that forms the basis of the second reading amendment that I'm introducing today. I now move the amendment as circulated in my name. Kate, to second the amendment. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you can continue.
Is that it? The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement describes an equitable outcome as one where all students are provided access to high-quality evidence-based teaching that is inclusive, where young Australians of all backgrounds and levels of need are supported to achieve their full educational potential. That does not properly reflect the true essence of equity, which is the idea that some students will need more help than others, that they will need a higher level of support. Gonski's dual equity target does exactly that, requiring that all students should complete a level of education that enables them to participate in the workforce and lead successful lives. This means completing high school. And differences in student outcomes should not be the result of differences in wealth, income, power, or possessions. Low income, Indigenous, regional, remote area and other disadvantaged student groups should achieve similar outcomes to the more advantaged students. It is this idea that differences in student outcomes should not be the result of differences in wealth or geography or intrinsic advantages that is critical. My second reading amendment simply seeks to swap one definition for another. Education scholars Glenn Savage and Sar Solberg have lamented the inadequate definition of equity preferred by the government. They are also disappointed that the agreement lacks specific targets to narrow achievement gaps between students from low and high socioeconomic backgrounds. The only specific target in the agreement for disadvantaged students is that there should be a trend upwards in the proportion of higher NAPLAN proficiency trends. There is another target, the learning equity target, which requires the proportion of students achieving a NAPLAN level.
Excuse me, I interrupted. The division has been called in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division and subsequent divisions.
Hi, thank you. Oh no, I was running out of the MPI.
I call the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Speaker. There is another target, the Learning Equity Target, which requires the proportion of students achieving a NAPLAN level A or B for reading and numeracy to increase by 10%, and those in level D to decrease by 10% by 2030. But such targets are not required to be met until schools are fully funded under the agreement, which is when they will receive 100% funding for each student. Even worse, when they are fully funded, there will be no penalties for failing to comply with the agreement. The experts are saying that the targets are, in any event, too weak to make Australian school education fairer. What it may do instead, they say, is raise overall student outcomes but increase achievements gap. In other words, the high-achieving students may improve and leave the lower-achieving students where they are now, or worse still, see them go backwards. We've seen this happen in a similar program in Ontario, Canada, 20 years ago. The program there failed because, in order to achieve targets, the schools focused on students whose standardised scores were just below the target levels and did not provide extra support to the students with the lowest scores, who are, of course, the ones who need the most help. There is not necessarily a correlation between improving overall school results and equity. A rising tide does not necessarily lift all boats. Australia is the land of the fair go. For that to remain true, our education system must be firmly grounded in equity. Anything less is selling future generations short. Thank you.
I thank the member. Is the amendment seconded?
I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Ryan moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The honourable member for Mackellar has now moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after reading be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question is now that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mackellar to the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan be agreed to. I call the member for Hughes.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. So I rise to speak about the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill of 2024, which deals with government funding of public schools. And Deputy Speaker, it is always a pleasure for me to talk about public education. I am very proudly the product of two public schools, South Cronulla Primary School and then St George Girls High School. And my children then attended Gymea Bay Public School for their primary school education. And I have some absolutely fantastic public schools in my electorate, and I will refer to them shortly, Deputy Speaker. But I think the starting point for this legislation is to go back and have a look at the background as to how we fund schools in Australia. It's jointly funded in this country through both state and territory governments and the Australian government. And I think sometimes perhaps parents and others don't understand. It's often thought of as simply a state issue, but the federal government has a very important role to play in the public funding for government schools. The funding for schools is provided to the states and territories under the Constitution, sections 96 and 122 respectively. And these allow the Commonwealth to set the relevant terms and conditions for the funding. So coming out of that enabling power within the Constitution is the Australian Education Act of 2013 and the Australian Education Regulations, which impose additional requirements on states and territories as conditions for this financial assistance. And that includes predominantly a requirement to be party to intergovernmental arrangements on school education and to implement nationally agreed policy initiatives on school education. And what we have seen that has brought about this legislation, Deputy Speaker, is a system of national school reform agreements, and where each state and territory is required to have a bilateral agreement with the Australian government, and those agreements set out state-specific actions to improve student outcomes, including activities that may support particular student cohorts. And bilateral agreements also set out the minimum funding contribution that states and territories must meet as a condition of receiving Australian government school funding. So basically the Commonwealth says to a state, you must provide X percent, and then the federal government will kick in the remainder. And this is where we have reached, where the federal government and the Education Minister has reached a stalemate with the states at this time, because what we have seen happen following a few internal reviews, we're talking about a Labor government, Deputy Speaker, and Labor governments love reviews. And so we've had a series of reviews since this government has been in power. And then out of that, we've had the Better and Fairer Schools Agreement that proposed a new sort of funding model, and then following that, we have had agreement between the federal government and both Western Australia and the Northern Territory, and then later on Tasmania. But as at today, Queensland, Victoria, South Australia and my home state of New South Wales have not yet signed up to the new funding arrangement. So there are a number of issues that need to be addressed there, and it does show that the Education Minister has unfortunately failed to date to secure the agreement of those other 4 states. And the Australian Education Union has also called for the Commonwealth to increase its share of funding to the states, which is currently at 20%. The states are asking for 25%. And the Australian Education Union, and I don't normally stand here and support union positions, but I think that the funding of our public schools is extremely important. We've also had the organisation Save Our Schools Australia has similarly criticised the bill and has said that funding should be further increased, because what we have seen, and I think, Deputy Speaker, parents that I speak to in my community are not so much worried about how much funding their schools are getting. They are worried about the quality of teaching within the schools, and they're worried about the curriculum within their schools. And I think that this is something that is being addressed, particularly at a state level in my home state. And I am pleased with that, because I think that what we have seen for too many years is inquiry-based learning, instead of which New South Wales, and again I don't usually give New South Wales, the Minns government, too much of a plug, but they have picked up on the reforms that were started under the former Liberal government, and particularly the Education Minister Sarah Mitchell, where they are looking at now implementing evidence-based teaching methods such as explicit instruction. And they are saying that must be mandated in every classroom. And I say, Deputy Speaker, that is a welcome inclusion. Teachers say to me quietly, because they're usually gagged in many circumstances by the current state government, they say that the inquiry-based learning overall was a complete failure. Younger children particularly, need to be taught facts, and then that needs to be reinforced. And inquiry-based learning is all well and good, but it does not work for 5, 6, 8-year-olds. It is something that is obviously looked at more in high school and later in life at university or at VET. So it is absolutely critical overall that our education standards are lifted. In New South Wales, for example, we have, throughout the country, the NAPLAN results are telling us that 1 in 3 children, 1 in 3, 1/3 of our children are not meeting baseline standards in reading, writing and maths. And I can tell you that as at 5:20 tomorrow, Deputy Speaker, my children have finished their secondary education, but the way that they have been taught maths, particularly in primary school, was a consistent frustration for me. I have seen over the years a real decline in the way that we are teaching maths, and I think it starts with teachers at university not being properly trained as to how to teach maths, and this has long-term impacts for us as a country. maths is not about becoming a maths professor. Maths is about life skills. It's about being able to read the time. It's about being able to ensure that you are paid correctly. It's about being able to ensure that you budget correctly. They are very fundamental skills and a fundamental reasoning and rational thinking that we need to do far better at. And then I was just about to say, don't start me with grammar and the way that grammar is taught today, and I've just finished a sentence with at, which my grammar teacher from Year 7 would be shaking and criticising me for. So the funding of education is very important, and as I said, I am very pleased that the New South Wales government, for example, has started on the factual-based, instruction-based learning rather than the very vague inquiry-based learning that we have seen over many years. And there is going to be, the Education Minister said that she is paring back a lot of the gobbledygook, to use a technical term, and I like that, gobbledygook, from an Education Minister, to strip away a lot of the nonsense that was in the school curriculum in New South Wales. And she said new English and maths syllabuses are already being taught, and from kindergarten now, for example, history is going to be taught, and history includes being taught about the Holocaust in primary schools. And I think that in view of recent events that we've seen in our country and indeed overseas, I think that the importance of that cannot be understated, Deputy Speaker. So I have, as I said, some fabulous public schools in my electorate, and I just want to give a shout out to those that I have visited so far this year, and I know coming up to the end of year presentations there'll be far more. So I want to congratulate Loftus Public School, who was one of the recipients of my fathering project. And also I attended Loftus Public School for the Anzac Day commemorative service earlier this year. The Cook School that was featured, it is a school for behavioural difficulties, and it was featured on Four Corners, and I subsequently went out and met the fabulous team there. Martin Public School, where I met with the leadership team and did a flag presentation. Janali East Public School, another recipient of my fathering project, a fathering project award. The Illawong Public School, where I went and was invited to attend their Arts for Advocacy exhibition, where they advocated for various social projects through the arts, and that was their stage 3, so years 5 and 6. Sutherland Public School for flags, and I thank Sutherland Public School again for the flags. Janali Public School, flags, and Illawong Public School again for Education Week. Then the Bates Drive School, which is a school for used to be called handicapped. It's a school for intellectually and physically disabled children, and we did a flag presentation there. And the teachers and carers at Bates Drive School provide a very, very important service, so I thank them. Then we also went to Lucas Heights Community School, and Lucas Heights Community School is unusual in that it caters for students from kindergarten right through to year 12, and they have started a wellness hub, as well as, and particularly focused on an Indigenous wellness hub. So they are also to be congratulated, and I met with their leadership team, and the future, I think, around Lucas Heights is in good hands based on the quality of the leaders that I met there. Holsworthy High School as well. I thank them. I was privileged to attend their Year 12 graduation ceremony and spoke to a couple of the students about what they are planning to do post high school. So that was a very special occasion as well. So, Deputy Speaker, we really do need to do a lot better with funding of our public schools, and I really do call on the Federal Education Minister to negotiate with the 4 states, including New South Wales, and to reach that agreement as soon as possible, and also to look at perhaps tying future grants to curriculum changes and to looking at far more sensible curriculum that does not place such a heavy burden on a lot of our teachers, and a curriculum that will empower our students throughout the country and ensure that they lift their overall NAPLAN standards. Because when we have a failure to teach our children literacy, to teach them numeracy, it results in the inevitable disengagement with the education system, dysfunction, youth crime, because if I can't imagine the frustration of not being able to read and participate in society, and that is what is occurring if our students do not have a sound education system. So, Deputy Speaker, on that note, I commend largely this bill, but the Minister really does need to do a lot more negotiating with the states, and I think that there are some other changes, as I've highlighted, that he could be considering. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member for Hughes. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the Honourable Member for Ryan moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The Honourable Member for Mackellar moved as an amendment to that amendment that all words after reading be omitted with a view to substituting other words. And the question now is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Mackellar to the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Ryan be agreed to, and I call the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This bill is about a funding disagreement between the states and the Commonwealth when it comes to education. They split the cost of funding public schools, but the agreement that they reached adds up to 95% of what's needed, not 100%. So public schools are not currently being funded to the level required. Now, I want to talk about some of the underlying assumptions that this bill is built on, and how the Commonwealth Government could use this bill as an opportunity for broader, longer-term improvements in education funding, while still delivering on the purpose of this bill, which is to make sure that public schools get the funding that they need. The fundamental principle we must start with here is that every child in Australia should have a good education, no matter their circumstances or what school they go to. This is a basic principle of fairness and equality of opportunity. We need a well-educated population. This is essential for our social and economic prosperity. So we need to work out how to spend money to deliver the best education we can. We know there are real problems with the direction education is heading. We hear that we urgently need greater support for students with increasing complexities and support for teachers and their schools to be able to meet these challenging demands. In WA, student performance on national and international tests has not shown any consistent improvement over the last decade. WA student school attendance and retention rates have been declining. ATAR participation rates are declining. Educational achievement is stagnating. This is a problem worth solving, and our common interest in a good education system and arresting these worrying trends should be first and foremost in any legislation about education. The second principle is that funding should match need. Responsibility for public funding for all schools is shared between the Commonwealth and state and territory governments. States and territories have overarching responsibility for schools, including for the registration and regulation of all schools in their jurisdiction, government and non-government, and for the operation of public schools. A formula has been developed to determine what funding is needed for each child in Australia, which is made up of a base amount and 6 loadings, including the school size loading, school location loading, and individual loadings. This means that schools that are educating more kids with disabilities or with lower socioeconomic status or in remote areas should get more funding. Funding is calculated according to this formula, and then the Commonwealth Government pays the states their entitlement for the states to distribute. But the way it works, once the states have the funding, there's no requirement for them to allocate the funding in accordance with the formula. and no requirement for them to account clearly to the Commonwealth for how it's spent. Now, this seems completely crazy to me. Sure, we can tweak the formula and continue to improve it as we learn more about what works and what doesn't, but then it just gets ignored. What's the point allocating funding according to need if it then doesn't get spent that way? Built into this principle of funding matching need is an assumption that more funding will deliver better educational outcomes. Believe it or not, this is hard to prove. It intuitively seems to make sense, but only if we're investing in the right things. And we can't tell which are the right things without looking at the data. It doesn't help that the states refuse to provide all the data needed to find out what types of funding actually improve educational outcomes. The states don't make available information about funding at a school level that can be used to measure what effect it has against educational or other outcomes. I can't believe this. All these data exist. We already have a huge and valuable data set available, one that contains every kid in every school in Australia with all their different circumstances. Think of what we could learn if we added to that data set how much funding was actually allocated for each kid, how much they and their classmates received, and looked at how they did in school. If we used those data well, we could understand which additional funding translates to better outcomes and which doesn't. But because of silly state-Commonwealth turf wars, we don't know. This is the education sector. It's meant to be all about learning, but we're not learning and applying that knowledge. We do know that schools with very similar needs are being funded very differently. For example, the NSRB report on regional school loadings showed that 3 schools with the same needs, the same size, the same socio-economic status, the same number of Indigenous students, the same type of location, were being funded to the tune of $12,000 per student, $18,000 per student and $24,000 per student, depending on which state they were in. This makes no sense. If we knew which types of expenditure helped with educational outcomes, we could spend our money better and educate our kids better. So now you're asking, what does this fundamental problem have to do with the current bill? Well, in earlier negotiations, the Commonwealth committed to funding 20% of what each student in public education needs, and the states committed to the other 75%. Anyone who's had a good Australian education can see that this does not add up to 100%. And most of the states haven't even managed to get to the agreed 75%. Queensland in 2022 provided 70.2% of school funding needed. Victoria provided 69.2% and the Northern Territory 56.5%. But even if the states were funding to the level agreed of 75%, there's still 5% unaccounted for, and it's the kids who suffer in the meantime. Even if we address this last 5%, states are now including extra items in that calculation, like capital depreciation and school transport, so we won't actually get the 100% as it was originally defined. This needs to be addressed so we are actually funding the full amount, irrespective of where the money comes from. WA, NT and Tasmania have agreed to split the difference with the government on the 5%, and this bill is needed so the Commonwealth can make good on that commitment and contribute more than 20%. Now, some would say that the Commonwealth Government should hold out and insist that the states pay the difference. Personally, I think it's more important that the schools actually get the funding than quibbling about which bucket it comes from. So I'm fine with the change, whether it's making 20% a floor or preferably guaranteeing 25%, which is what many experts are advocating for. But no matter how big the increase is, this bill presents a rare opportunity to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of education funding. If the Commonwealth is going to put up hundreds of millions or billions more in education funding, it should at least demand some data and transparency in return so we can learn and spend our money better. It may be appropriate to delay this bill until after the next National School Funding Agreement between the Commonwealth and the states is finalised, but this requirement for better data should be used as a bargaining chip. In the last National School Resourcing Board report, the board said, as highlighted in previous reviews by the board, the lack of transparency of school funding at the system level presents a major challenge. The board was only provided with school-level expenditure data by 3 states and 1 territory, a situation that limited the analysis that the board could undertake. I think it would be reasonable to ask the states to do two things if they want more education funding. Firstly, ensure schools receive the money that they're entitled to. There's no point having an agreed allocation if kids don't get the funding they need. At the moment, states allocate the money any way they like. Secondly, provide school-level income and expenditure data so that we can learn whether and how more money actually delivers better wellbeing and educational outcomes. We are all on the same team here. We all want better education outcomes and money to be used efficiently. This common goal should override silly politics between state and Commonwealth control. I understand that state-Commonwealth relations are difficult and somewhat vexed when it comes to these sorts of issues, but we need to put the interests of kids and the country ahead of the petty politics and spend our money well. That's why I now move a second reading amendment as circulated in my name. This amendment makes any additional Commonwealth funding conditional upon the provision of the information needed to understand whether the schools got the funding they were allocated under the formula and how they spent it, so we can analyse what works in improving outcomes. If the federal government doesn't take this opportunity to at least get better data, the opportunity is unlikely to come up again anytime soon. This would be a great example of prioritising long-term interests, using taxpayer money in the best possible way to educate our kids. Both the Commonwealth and the states and all sides of politics should be eager to find out what works and what doesn't when it comes to education spending. And I urge the government to consider my second reading amendment to that effect. Thank you.
Is the amendment seconded? The original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Curtin... Sorry, I just want to check something. Sorry, I was just checking on my process. The immediate question, and the original question was that this bill be now read a second time, to which the honourable member for Ryan moved as an amendment that all words after that be admitted with the view to substitute other words. Subsequent amendments have been moved by honourable members. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the member for Curtin be agreed to. And I give the call, to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Better and Fairer Schools Funding and Reform Bill 2024. At its core, this bill is about increasing Commonwealth government funding for Australian public primary and secondary schools. My electorate of Indi is home to 118 schools. The large majority, 87, are public schools. From Wodonga to Wangaratta, Corryong to Kinglake, and everywhere in between, I regularly visit these schools. I've visited 57 since being elected and visited many students virtually online during COVID, and I've had the pleasure of meeting many students here in the Parliament. I care deeply about these schools, schools full of teachers, administrators, parents and carers who want nothing more than to see their students reach their full potential. This bill is about resourcing public schools to achieve just that. The bill aims to increase public funding for schools by amending the Australian Education Act to ensure the Commonwealth's share of funding for government schools from 2025 onwards cannot fall below 20%. I want to see more funding for public schools because it's a well-proven fact that regional Australia has worse educational outcomes than our city cousins. In my electorate of Indi, we are less likely to complete Year 12 and less likely to attend university and obtain a degree than our city counterparts. Accessing quality education in those early schooling years is vital towards improving the outcomes in later education. But unfortunately, we know that regional and rural school students often fall behind. According to the government's review to inform a better and fairer education system, regional, rural and remote students were 3 times more likely to fall below NAPLAN's former national minimum standards. Regional and rural students aren't just starting behind, they fall even further behind over time. This simply isn't good enough, and it shouldn't be this way. Rural and regional students have the smarts, they need the resources. Properly funding schools is the most important reform to close this gap. It's worth pausing briefly to explain how government schools are funded. In 2011, David Gonski AC delivered a review into funding for schooling. The review identified several highly concerning trends in the educational outcomes of Australian students. In particular, the review made a clear link between low levels of educational achievement and disadvantage. Put simply, if you start out in life doing it a bit tougher than your peers, it's almost certain that you will be also disadvantaged throughout your entire education. To help address this persistent disadvantage in our schooling system, Mr Gonski stressed the need for equitable school funding, one that ensures the differences in educational outcomes are not linked to how wealthy you are. To determine what is equitable funding, the Schooling Resource Standard, or SRS, was created. The SRS estimates how much total funding a school needs to meet its students' educational needs, regardless of whether that school is public or independent. How much the Commonwealth and the states contribute to the SRS was determined by the National School Reform Agreement, which will expire at the end of this year. Under that agreement, the Commonwealth funds schools 20% and the states 75%. And this leaves a 5% gap in meeting the SRS. It means that government schools have been and will be underfunded by between $6.2 and $6.5 billion every year for the 2023-2028 under the current situation. Well, it's no wonder that the Productivity Commission found in 2023 that the National School Reform Agreement had done little to improve student outcomes. With the National School Reform Agreement expiring, we have an opportunity now to fix this funding gap, to finally deliver on the full SRS and get on with the job of equitably and adequately funding our public schools. It's what our young people deserve. The government have put on the table a new 10-year Better and Fairer Schools agreement. Under the new agreement, the Commonwealth have agreed to increase their contribution from 20% to 22.5%. They're asking the states to increase their contribution by 2.5% to 77.5%, so that we can deliver 100% of the Schooling Resource Standard. But the agreement isn't just about funding. It also includes reforms like Year 1 phonics checks, early years of schooling numeracy checks to identify the students who need extra help, greater wellbeing support by providing more counsellors, more mental health workers, initiatives to help attract and retain teachers, and evidence-based teaching and targeted and intensive supports, like small group or catch-up tutoring to help students that fall behind. Without a doubt, these are important reforms that will help improve the quality of our education. But I want to remind the Parliament that the Gonski Review emphasised that public school funding is at the heart of the problems in our education system. He wrote that while reforms like improving teacher quality and strategies for low socioeconomic school communities are, and I quote, a good foundation, he also said they need to be supported by an effective funding framework. As part of the new agreement, the Albanese government are quick to say they've put $16 billion of additional investment for public schools on the table. But will $16 billion meet the needs of the students, the young people across our country, who this is ultimately about? In answering this question, I want to address two issues related to the bill before us. First, there is a strong case that the Commonwealth Government must increase their share of the school resourcing standard beyond the 22.5% currently on the table. A key concern for Victoria in not signing on to the new agreement is that the Commonwealth's offer won't achieve the full SRS and Australian kids will continue to fall behind. Victoria, along with the Australian Education Union, are asking the Commonwealth to increase their funding to a full 25%. Largely because the states already provide the large majority, 75% of public school funding. In response, the Commonwealth Government says that the states could also lift funding by matching the Commonwealth's increase of 2.5% to contribute 77.5% of the SRS. But this doesn't reflect the reality of financial relations between the Commonwealth and the states. With less capacity than ever to raise additional revenue, the states have little room to manoeuvre. Frankly, only the Commonwealth has the resources and the capacity to make this additional nation-building and nation-shaping investment. When we talk about funding public education, we must also address government funding for private or independent schools. Independent Schools Australia, the peak body for non-government schools, says that government funding for private schools is about enabling educational choice. Parents should be able to choose whether private or public education is best for their kids, and governments should fund both these options. I agree with this, especially when it comes to choosing a school because of a family's religious beliefs or values. But we must interrogate the reality of how these schools are funded by governments. Now, this is not about criticising private schools or the families who choose them. This is about fairness for each student, no matter which classroom they're sitting in. The Commonwealth actually funds Catholic and independent schools beyond what they're required to, according to the current Commonwealth funding arrangements. During the period from 2022 to 2028, the Commonwealth Government will overfund private schools by up to $2.8 billion. And this is compared to chronic Commonwealth underfunding of public schools, as I've just outlined. To really bring this gap of private and public school funding into sharp relief, research conducted by the Australian Education Union also shows that 5 elite private schools spent more money on new facilities than government spent on half of Australia's public schools collectively in 2021. So, when choice starts to become about vast differences in infrastructure and quality of education between our public and private schools, I start to question whether right now parents truly are being offered a choice. We hear too often about public schools with unsupported teachers, run-down classrooms and sporting facilities, minimal resources to help the students who are struggling. According to a survey conducted late last year, almost half of parents with children in private schools would consider moving them to the public system if the public system was better resourced. And I firmly believe that more government funding for public schools would increase a family's educational choices. Back in 2010, when the Gonski reforms were initiated, then Prime Minister Julia Gillard said that your postcode shouldn't determine how well you do in life. But unfortunately it does. Now, almost a decade and a half later, the Albanese government could finally deliver equitable public school funding. And they could do this by funding 25% of public schools. This would be a significant investment in Australia's young people and a significant legacy to claim. The second issue with the bill is that the state's contribution of 75% for government schools is not a true 75%. The previous National School Reform Agreement previously allowed the states to claim, as part of their share of funding, the SRS of public schools, funding for items that are specifically excluded from how the SRS is measured. This meant the states could claim things like funding for capital depreciation and school transport for up to 4% of the SRS of public schools. Many states would claim also things like teacher registration. According to Save Our Schools, this means that current Victorian funding for public schools in 2024 is actually 65.82%, well below the 70.43% they claim, and even further below the 75% they originally agreed to. This could be addressed by an amendment to the Australian Education Act relating to the conditions of financial assistance to the states that would require the states' funding contributions to be measured according to the Australian Curriculum and Report Authority financial data reporting methodology. In asking the Commonwealth Government to increase its share of funding from 20 to 25%, I'm not saying we should let the states off the hook here. They have to improve their funding too. I support this bill because ultimately I want to see more funding for public schools. But I urge the government to consider amendments to improve the bill so schools and students get the funding they deserve. At the beginning of this speech, I mentioned that I regularly visit schools across my electorate. I speak on this bill with these schools at the front of my mind. I think about the students, the teachers, the parents, the carers, the broader communities that they are intrinsically a part of. I was fortunate to recently visit the Mount Beauty Primary School, a perfect example of how public schools can operate in the hub, as the hub for the broader community. This school offers a breakfast program so that every student can start the day with a full stomach no matter what's going on at home. They also have a wellbeing officer who helps students access paediatrician appointments, speech therapists, occupational therapists, counselling, all vital services for a young person to thrive. And this is in a very remote part of my electorate. The Outside School Hours program at Mount Beauty Primary provides care for students after the school day ends. And the school's multi-purpose building acts as a shelter for the local community during times of emergencies, especially important in bushfire-prone areas like Mount Beauty. And there are similar stories to Mount Beauty right across the electorate of Indi. Schools in Indi are also especially important because they offer vocational education and training, or VET. And VET courses are where our plumbers, our hairdressers, electricians, childcare workers, disability and aged care workers, builders, mechanics, hospitality workers, agricultural workers and more, that's where they get their start. I recently visited Yea High School that includes students from neighbouring Seymour and Alexandra. And agriculture is one of the biggest employers in this town. And the school offers the Agricultural Certificate 2 program on site at the school and at a nearby working farm. They recently built an ag learning space and I was privileged to plant the very first orange tree in their orchard. And I want to thank Principal Brian Darcy for showing me around and for the invaluable work he and his staff do. I could go on. I haven't had time to mention Wangaratta High School's expansive STEM program, Benalla College's involvement in the Victorian School for Student Leadership program at the Snowy River campus, and many, many more success stories. Just on the weekend, I was at the Wangaratta Festival and Jazz, and there was the Wangaratta High School show band playing together with their teachers alongside them. Those teachers giving up their weekends to make sure that those students could fulfil their musical capacity and ability and have the opportunity, the confidence to perform in public. I love our public schools. I want them to thrive, and I want to see students right across Australia, no matter their socio-economic status, do the very best they can. I want the government to support these schools to be the best they can, and this starts and ends with funding them properly.
The question is that the amendment moved by the Honourable Member for Curtin be agreed to, and I give the call to the Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a serious question before the House. Our public schools are in a state of crisis. Quality education is the foundation of opportunity and a fairer future, and it must be accessible for all. For too long, our public schools have suffered from chronic underfunding, with parents and carers stepping in to raise much-needed funds through sausage sizzles and school fetes. In Warringah, our 21 public schools are significantly affected, and underfunding remains a pressing concern for families. In fact, I recently wrote to the Education Minister to express support for the findings of the experts panel's Improving Outcomes for All report, which highlights the stark funding inequalities in our education system. And the findings are deeply concerning. High school completion rates in public schools have fallen from 83% to 76% in just 6 years, and over 1/3 of students are failing to meet literacy and numeracy standards on NAPLAN. And while the government's funding and reform bill here today goes some way to restoring funding of our public schools, there's still a long way to go. Now, like many parents in Warringah, I have actually had the opportunity to participate and, with my children, engage in pretty much all levels of all types of school. Ironically, my children have attended public primary schools. I've had a child attend a selective public high school. I have had children attend a faith-based school and a private schools. So I've had touch points with all systems, and I have to say some of those decisions and choices were driven by a desire to give my children the best opportunity possible. But I did notice you can't be blind to the difference in resources and the quality of the facilities available to the students. It is vastly different, and that is intrinsically unfair. And the government plays a part in its funding model to ensure that we do that it's equitable, that there is access to those opportunities for all, and the schooling and educational outcomes are a lot fairer. Now, the bill's intention and the government here is ongoing work to strengthen funding arrangements for public schools and to have more transparency. The bill introduces a strong accountability and transparency measures requiring an annual update to Parliament on the progress of the national school reform. And from my point of view, it is so important that we have integrity and more accountability and transparency from the government on how the funding is working. So it's great to see that in this bill. But this bill is just a start. It can go a lot further. So we know back in 2011, David Gonski led the review of funding for schooling and determined schooling resources standard, the SRS, and it's an estimate between how much total public funding a school needs to meet its students' educational needs. But unfortunately, it's fallen behind, and there is a gap that has I think, had a real impact on the outcomes for students, and it's something the government must address. And unfortunately, despite the good intention, I think, of this bill, there remains a gap, and that those that will pay the price for that gap will be the students. And if the students pay a price for that gap, it is us as Australia. Australia as a country will pay the price, because that's our future. The responsibility, as I said, is shared. The Commonwealth is responsible for the majority of public school funding public funding for non-government schools, providing 80% of the SRS, and the states contribute 20% of that funding for non-government schools. And as other members in this place have noted, non-government schools are often seeing a much higher level of facilities, of spending, and I've been able to observe that firsthand as a parent that's participated in that process. And we have to make sure that the public schools are receiving their fair share of funding. The states, as the owners and administrators of public schools, are the majority funders currently of public schools, so responsible for 75% of the SRS, and the Commonwealth is currently responsible for 20% of the SRS. So we've had this remaining 5% gap, which has meant that public schools have fallen behind in terms of the quality of their resources and having sufficient funding to really meet the needs of students. And that 5% gap is the ultimate problem, and unfortunately it remains, despite the intentions of the Minister, and certainly there remains a 2.5% gap in relation to the New South Wales schools. And so clearly more is done. The Better and Fairer Schools Agreement, this joint agreement now that's intended to commence on 1st of January 2025, it replaces the current NSRA that is due to expire. Unfortunately there's a gap for New South Wales schools, and that is unacceptable. And the reality is it will fall on the Commonwealth Government to meet that gap. The system needs greater funding certainty to ensure that the children are the ones, in fact, getting the best education. So whilst there's an intention in this bill to strengthen funding to public school, it doesn't guarantee it, and that is problematic. Chronic underfunding negatively affects students' educational outcomes, mental wellbeing, and teachers' ability to perform and stay in the profession. So I urge the government to increase the minimum funding floor to 25% to offer a genuine pathway for schools to reach that 100% of schooling resources standard funding. And I look at examples within my community. For example, Mackellar Boys Campus, or Bally Boys as we know it, consistently ranked among the top non-selective schools in New South Wales. Incredible results academically. Despite this, and I've visited the school grounds on a number of occasions, The school grounds, they're a huge community concern. Outdated facilities, asbestos in buildings, limited access to toilets, sports halls, music rooms. Many really felt like relics of another era. And I say this with respect because the boys and the teachers at that school are amazing. They are achieving so much. And I've raised these issues with Premier Minns and the New South Wales Education Minister. I've invited them to come and visit the school. Come and see for yourself the conditions in which these boys are performing fantastically. And tell me that that standard of facility is respectful for them and their future and the efforts they are putting. But the invitation to visit remains unanswered, I should say. They have not taken up the call to come and see firsthand to see that. And these exceptional students are overachieving despite substandard conditions, and they deserve better. So increasing funding and providing a clear path to full funding would ensure students from schools like Valley Boys have access to every opportunity during their school years. I should say in New South Wales there are other concerns around schooling. Currently, the New South Wales Department of Education is consulting the community on proposed changes to Northern Beaches high schools. The proposals include significant changes, including changing class year groups accepted at Freshwater Senior Campus, potentially merging Mackellar girls and Mackellar boys into co-educational schools against the wishes of all the school communities. And while feedback is under review, it's essential that high-performing schools, but under-resourced, have the support necessary to meet the evolving needs of the community and the young people learning there. Also, what we've seen is the New South Wales Department of Education announced changes to the opportunity classes at the local Mackellar Heights Public School, and that serves academically gifted students in Year 5 and 6. And that's been done again with very little consultation, with great impact to the local student cohort. It will have impacts on staffing, on the quality of outcomes. And again, I've written to the Minister, but there doesn't seem to be a willingness to engage with the consequences of the proposed changes. Now, while I'm here talking about local schools and public education, I have to say a huge thank you to my cohort of youth ambassadors who every year for the last 4 years I have been able to bring together the school leaders of all the high schools in the electorate of Warringah. And we meet about every 6 weeks, and it is a fantastic opportunity to hear from these young leaders, their voices, the issues that they are concerned with, and giving them that opportunity to talk to their representative and to make sure they know what's happening in Canberra, here in Parliament, on their behalf. I should also do a shout out to all the beautiful Year 5 and Year 6 students who come and visit Parliament House. They are always so engaged and just so interested in this process. It is always so motivating to know that being in this place is on behalf of them and their future. So I look forward to the Minister engaging with the amendments that are before it in relation to this bill, fully funding our public schools as an investment in our children's future and our country. A strong education system is critical for spurring the innovation needed to tackle the climate crisis and ensuring our youth thrive in a complex and rapidly evolving economy. Quality education is essential to equip children with the skills to navigate the complexities of a digital world and empower them with the knowledge to discern fact from misinformation. So I urge the government to adopt the vital amendments and make sure there is fully funding and future-proof the funding of our schools today. Thank you.
The question is the amendment moved by the member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Speaker. And I was privileged to receive a very good education, courtesy of my parents, my late mother Eileen and late father Lance, and they sent me to St Joseph's, which not long after I departed there in Year 2, it closed, reopened later on, burnt down, reopened again. I went to Henschke Boys Primary. It's now a co-ed school, co-educational primary school in Wagga Wagga in Turvey Park. I then went to St Michael's Regional High School, fabulous institution. I graduated there in 1980, and I give thanks to John Egan, John Zogelman, Jan Batt, brother Felix O'Connor in particular, Lynn Kenzie, Bob Stampton. They were just amazing teachers. Discipline was strict. We were we had Deputy Principal Graham Kennedy, a former dual rugby league, rugby union, New Zealand international, and he did not suffer fools gladly. I'm not saying I was a fool, but I tell you what, you didn't get out of line at St Michael's Regional High School, or otherwise you face the harsh sting of the leather across your hand. And I received more than my share of the cuts in Year 7, 25 times in fact, and I was one of the better pupils. But I hold no grudges, and certainly John Egan, who was my Year 7 form master, we are firm friends to this day, and he still provides me with great advice. So I then went to Trinity Senior High School. That's now been subsumed into Kildare Catholic College. And Wagga Wagga has good Catholic schools. I also now, as the federal member for Riverina, represent many public schools. In fact, there's 130 schools across my sprawling electorate. I represent both church schools, independent schools, and indeed fantastic public schools, as the Education Minister joins us, and I do thank him for coming into the Federation Chamber in relation to this bill, because it is an important bill. It truly is. And when I was growing up, public schools were primarily called state schools, and there was a reason for that, is because they received most of their funding from the states, as they should, because they are governed by the states. In 1893, all of the colonies in Australia had legislated to remove government funding from Catholic education, and it took the Goulburn school strike of July 1962 when the townsfolk there and the local Catholic bishop said enough. They required funding to build, of all things, a new toilet block at St Bridget's to meet government health requirements. And the protests came about because of heated political debate about state aid to Catholic schools and accusations of sectarianism. And I'm midway through reading an amazing and remarkable book by Jeff Kildare about Bridget Partridge, otherwise known as Sister Mary Liguri, this case divided the nation. She was a Wagga Wagga sister who fled the Catholic system, was looked after by the Protestants, went to Sydney, and it ended up in the highest court in the land. And sectarianism then was rife in Australia. It was sheer hatred. Thankfully, it's not like that these days. At least I don't think it is. But Catholic funding, school funding, still raises a lot of ire. And it is a true fact, it'll be denied, but it is a true fact that if you take a Catholic school child and place them alongside a public school child, the public school child will receive, on average, more funding than the Catholic school child. And I appreciate that the Catholics look after their schools. I get the fact that they get Commonwealth funding, as they should. But there are a lot of people who think that all Catholic school funding by the Commonwealth should be abolished. And this is wrong. It is wrong-headed. It is not right. And if you take a little school in a country community, those kids do it every bit as tough as some of the public schools. And you know, you can never place enough funding, I guess, into the education system. It also does annoy me when people decry our education system and say that the kids of today, the children of today, are not as good as what they once were. And they talk about the 3 R's, reading, writing and arithmetic. If you actually look closely at those words, they actually don't start with R, but anyway, you get my drift. But those people who say that have probably not been to a school, certainly not a public school, any time lately, because I run an annual Anzac Day writing competition. I've done it for 14 years. And the Education Minister would be very interested to know that the quality of those entries is quite remarkable. The children are being well taught. Yes, they do need more resources. Yes, they do need more funding. This bill goes to the heart of better and fairer schools funding, and no one can deny that. No one should deny that there should not be more funding and better funding, and I get that. But I also want to point out, and we hear so often, and it also really sticks in my craw about the Labor ministers particularly, who go to the dispatch box and talk about the decade that we lost, the dysfunction, the lack of funding and all the like, and it's just so untrue. The facts are that over 9 years, the former coalition government nearly doubled annual school funding from $13 billion in 2013 to $25.3 billion in 2022. Our Quality Schools package drove record funding of $318.9 billion to all schools between 2018-19. We strengthened the curriculum with stronger evidence-based content, including teaching phonics and the science of reading, improved teacher training, backed those teachers who were high achievers, and delivered best practice literacy and numeracy programs to close the gap. Now, I appreciate what Minister Clare is trying to do in the education space. He's one of the better ministers, and I value his input because he has a very trusted role. He is the minister responsible for education, and some might argue that's probably one of the most important ministries in government, and it is, and it should be, because our children are our future. Now, the current National School Reform Agreement, extended by a year, is due to expire on the 31st of December. That is not far away. Now, currently, the Commonwealth contributes 20% of the funding for government schools, state schools, with the states and territories responsible for the remaining 80%. Now, for independent and Catholic schools, the model is flipped, it's reversed, with Commonwealth contributing 80% of funding and the states and territories contributing 20%. But why is it fair that there are people out there, and many of them are very high up in academia, who think that the Commonwealth should not be funding our private schools? Now, and you'll see them trot out the wonderful sports facilities and aquarium, pools, etc., at Riverview and GPS schools and the big sandstone schools in Sydney and other metropolitan cities. But indeed, you go out to, I heard the member for Indi talk about the remote areas of her electorate, but you do go out to some of those regional towns, and the Catholic schools do it tough too. They also have to raise funds through their wonderful parents and friends organisations, associations. I remember I was the chair at Sacred Heart School in Wagga Wagga, the Catholic school there, when my daughter was in kindergarten. And my daughter, who I might add, my daughter Georgina, who was taught in both the public and the private system. She's now teaching in Melbourne, and I'm very proud of the fact that she is the head of English at the middle school where she teaches down in Melbourne. It's a great achievement, and she is transforming and shaping children's lives, and that's what good teachers do. I mentioned the list there earlier of the teachers who taught me. Some of them might deny, some of them might, member for Hunter, deny that they taught me, but indeed they did, and I was very, very blessed and privileged to have those teachers help to shape me, to attempt to be my best self. Now, the specific contribution percentage for government schools will be prescribed by regulations. Now, this allows the Commonwealth to have different funding arrangements with states and territories. This regulation will not be disallowable. Interestingly, for the Northern Territory, the bill provides the Commonwealth contribution to government schools will be changed from a fixed 20% to 40% from 2029. Now, some might say, the disparity between states and territories, this is not right, etc., etc. The Northern Territory has its own set of challenges. I visited there on any number of occasions when I was the Deputy Prime Minister, and it has its own challenges, its own opportunities. I'm very pleased that Leah Finocchiaro has become the CLP Chief Minister of the Country Liberal Party Chief Minister, because I think the work that she and the CLP team will do in the education space, working in with Minister Clare and the Commonwealth, will be good. And I encourage the Minister to have a relationship with the new Northern Territory administration, because it's important. It's a growing place. We need the Northern Territory to realise its potential, and we can only do that if the children there are properly funded, properly resourced, with the best teachers. My daughter, Georgina, was part of a program run by the New South Wales Department, which helped out with HECS, and then was able to, at the end of the teachers receiving or getting their diploma, receiving their imprimatur, Georgina went to Charles Sturt University. Were able to send them wherever they liked, and they sent Georgina to Griffith as a then remote school which needed a drama and an English teacher. And I was pleased that she was able to do that. It gave her a great start, and I think a teacher in a remote public school will have the very best start, because it will teach them the concepts and the necessity and how tough these children do it, as opposed to maybe perhaps a private school in a big city. Now, for the Northern Territory, as I say, the bill changes the model by which the funding is allowable from 2029. While the 80% contribution for non-government schools will remain in the bill, this can be varied by regulation, which is subject to disallowance. But look, overall, this legislation, I appreciate there are amendments to it, but it's important because our kids are our future. I just want to, in the time remaining, talk about, under the Gonski funding model, it is important to reiterate that while the Commonwealth is currently meeting its agreed 20% SRS share, it's the states in the Northern Territory which have fallen short to varying degrees. That is a fact. Queensland's SRS contribution to government schools is just 69%, well below the 80% requirement. Victoria is not much better at 70%. The Northern Territory, as I say, it's a special case, it's only 59%. And so it was misleading prior to the last election, and since then, for the Albanese government to claim it would fully fund government schools when the Commonwealth was fully meeting its agreed obligations. That said, most of the remit, most of the responsibility, most of the obligation should, as it always does, always must fall upon the states. They should be referred to as state schools, not public schools. I decry anybody who ever says that our Catholic schools should not be funded by the Commonwealth, because they should. It started back in the early 60s, as I said, with that Goulburn bishop who withdrew the children from the school and marched them down to the front gates of the public school and said, well, if you're not going to fund us, then you teach them. And we don't want to see that again. I'm sure the Minister doesn't want to see a whole heap of Catholic school children out on the front lawns here demonstrating about lack of funding, particularly for lack of funding for toilet blocks and the like. Look, let's not criticise our teachers. They are doing an outstanding job. They have the responsibility of looking after what is our most important national asset, and that is our teachers. And to them, as it was just the other day, International Appreciated Teacher Day, I say thank you, and I thank the Minister for everything he's going to do in this space. He's got a big job, and I commend him for it.
The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Curtin be agreed to, and I call the Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. Can I thank all members for their contributions to this debate, including the former Deputy Prime Minister for your mostly kind and very generous remarks, and also spend a moment to recognise the work that your daughter does amongst many hundreds of thousands of teachers across the country. I truly believe that our teachers do the most important job in this country. And I want to thank her and every teacher across the country for the work that they do. This is a really important piece of legislation that we're debating here in the House today. This is a bill that will increase funding for public schools. And as I said when I introduced the bill a few weeks ago, education is the most powerful cause for good in this country, and it's public education, public schools that do most of that heavy lifting. At the moment, non-government schools are funded at the level that David Gonski set all those years ago, or they're on track to get there, or they're above it and coming back down to that level. But most public schools are not. This bill is about taking action to fix that, to close that existing funding gap, but also to do something else to close the education gap that exists in this country by tying that additional funding to important reforms. As members will know, earlier this year I signed an agreement with the West Australian Government, Tony Booty, the Education Minister in WA, that will see all public schools in Western Australia fully funded at that Gonski level by the start of 2026. So that's now just over 12 months away. And since I introduced this bill a couple of weeks ago, I've now signed a bilateral agreement with Joe Palmer, the Education Minister in Tasmania, that will do the same. That will see all public schools in Tasmania fully funded at that Gonski level by the start of 2026. So again, just over 12 months away. And I was at Warringah Primary School in Hobart with Joe just a couple of weeks ago where we signed that agreement. And that's a classic example of Labor and coalition governments working together, forgetting about the politics and forgetting about the parties and focusing on what really matters here. This bill is necessary for us to be able to implement that agreement, to be able to provide that additional funding. And it also enables us to honour the agreement that I've struck with the Northern Territory Government. That was signed with the former Labor Territory Government, the former Education Minister Mark Monaghan in the Territory. And I'm so glad to be able to inform this House that recently in the Territory Parliament, Joe Hersey, the new Minister for Education, has confirmed that the country Liberal government in the Territory will honour that agreement. The former Deputy Prime Minister talked about the differential here and how this is designed to double Commonwealth funding to public schools in the Northern Territory. And as he suggested, that's important, that's necessary if we're going to make sure that all public schools are fully funded across the country. At the moment, effectively 1 in 5 children in the Territory are not receiving any funding at all, effectively. The Deputy Prime Minister talked about funding levels in Queensland. For the Territory, it's below 80%. So effectively 1 in 5 children not being funded at all. This agreement, by doubling the amount of Commonwealth funding from 20 to 40%, helps to fix that. What it effectively does is bring forward the day that Territory public schools will be fully funded from 2050 to 2029. So by more than 20 years. But we have to pass this legislation in order to do that, in order to make those additional payments, to make that happen. At the moment, the way the Education Act works is that the Commonwealth Government can provide a maximum of 20% of the schooling resource standard that David Gonski set for public schools. And what this bill does is turn that current maximum into a minimum. In other words, it turns the ceiling into a floor. And so it enables us to be able to provide that additional funding and ratchet up funding for public schools. It means that when we as a Commonwealth Government sign an agreement with a state or a Territory Government to increase funding to public schools, that bigger Commonwealth share becomes the new floor for states and territories. In other words, it's locked in for good and it can't go backwards at the whim of a future government. But it's not just about the money, it's not just about the additional funding that this bill enables, it's also what that money is invested in. And I've made it clear that the additional $16 billion that's available to provide additional funding to public schools to all states and territories, that is not a blank cheque. That money needs to be tied to real reform. Reforms intended to help to turn around what I was talking about in Parliament earlier today, the decline in the number of young people finishing high school. Just worth remembering this for a moment. So the percentage of young people finishing high school in the last 8 years has gone backwards from 85% to 79%, and in public schools from 83 to 73%. Now, when I found that out, that shocked me. 83% of young people in public schools finished high school back in 2017. It's now 73%. We've got to turn that around. It's more important that more young people finish high school today than ever because of the world that we live in today and the world that will exist tomorrow, where more people need more skills, whether that's at TAFE or university. And so this funding in the agreements that I'm striking with the states and territories needs to be tied to the sorts of reforms that are going to help turn that around. Practical things like phonics checks and numeracy checks to identify children when they're really little in kindy or year 1 or year 2 who are already falling behind. And then things like evidence-based teaching and catch-up tutoring. Identify children really early before they sit the first NAPLAN test in year 3 that are behind. And then early intervention. Things like catch-up tutoring, we know when it's done properly, if a child's behind in reading or in maths, if you take them out of a class of 30 into a class of 3 and you give them intensive support, it might be 4 days a week, 40 minutes at a time, that they can learn as much in 6 months as they'd normally learn in 12 months. So in other words, they catch up. And you might think, well, that's easy, that happens all the time. But what we know is that most young people who are behind when they're little never catch up. And if we can fix that, then we can turn around the decline in the number of young people finishing high school. I also want to make sure that this money glows in the dark. And that's why this bill and the agreements that are linked to it strengthen reporting and public transparency requirements around how this extra funding is to be invested without placing additional burdens on schools or on teachers. The agreement includes a requirement for states and territories to outline how this additional money is going to be invested in those key reform areas that I just talked about. It also requires a new public reporting dashboard, and the bill includes a new annual ministerial statement to this Parliament where the Education Minister would be required to report on progress of the implementation of the school education reform agreements. It's important, this goes to the second reading amendment by the Greens, it's important that this be a joint effort. The Greens' second reading amendment wants the Commonwealth to bear the entire burden of closing this funding gap that ignores the way that funding of our public schools works and how it is a shared responsibility. I have consistently said since I got this job, we need to fill and fix this gap, and the way to do it is the Commonwealth chips in more money and the states and territories have got to chip in more money as well. That's what WA has done, the Labor government there. That's what Tasmania has done, the Liberal government there. And that's what the Northern Territory government has done as well. It's worth us just remembering here when we contemplate how we close this gap, how we fix this funding gap. Yes, we've doubled the money for the Northern Territory, but the Northern Territory is going to chip in an extra 6% as well. That's the way that we do this. Member for Mackellar had a second reading amendment, and I want to thank her for her contribution to the debate, and I agreed with a lot of what she had to say. I've said earlier in this debate that there is no more powerful cause for good in this country than what our education system does. And I think that we have a good education system in this country, but the truth is it can be a lot better and it can be a lot fairer. Making that a reality is what drives me in this job. And that's why there are equity targets built into the national agreement. It's why in the agreements that I've struck with WA and Tasmania and the NT, we want to see funding go to the most disadvantaged schools first. And it's why this funding is linked to practical reforms that are designed to help children who fall behind, to catch up and to keep up. Guess what? They are overwhelmingly, disproportionately children from disadvantaged backgrounds. I don't want us to be a country where your chances in life depend on who your mum and dad are or where you live or the colour of your skin. But the sad reality is that we are today. And if you look at our higher education system, our school education system or our early education system, you can see evidence of that. Almost 1 in 2 young people today have a university degree, but not everywhere. There is an underrepresentation at university of people from disadvantaged backgrounds. If you look at the evidence of who completes school, fewer young people from disadvantaged backgrounds finish school than children from more advantaged backgrounds. And I go back to the point I made about children falling behind when they're little. Overwhelmingly, it's young people from disadvantaged backgrounds. And the evidence is clear even before school begins. The Productivity Commission report that I released a few weeks ago told us that it's the most disadvantaged kids in our country, the children that don't see a book until they start school, that are the least likely to go to early education and care and the most likely to benefit from it. Everything that I'm trying to do as Education Minister is about this, is about fixing this. And that's what this agreement is all about. The reforms that funding is tied to and the targets that are in that agreement are about helping those young people who need additional support, making sure that they get it. I also want to thank the member for Curtin for her contribution to this debate. She has a second reading amendment and it relates to transparency and accountability. Transparency, as I said in my remarks a moment ago, is important as well. I want to note her second reading amendment emphasises the importance of transparency and accountability. As I said earlier, the provisions of this bill will give greater oversight in relation to Commonwealth investment in schools and the implementation of reforms. It's about making our education system better and fairer and building a country where, as the Prime Minister often says, no one's held back and no one is left behind. And at its core, that's what public education is all about, what it's always been about, and it's what this bill is about. So can I thank all members for their contribution to this important debate and for their support for this important legislation. Thank you.
The question is that the amendment moved by the... given that's the last speaker, I'll go back to the top and read the whole thing. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, to which the Honourable Member for Ryan has moved that as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with the view to substitute other words. Subsequent amendments have been moved by honourable members. The immediate question is that the amendment moved by the member for Curtin be agreed to. All that opinion say aye. No. All those against, no. The noes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Mackellar be agreed to. I will put the question. Or of that opinion say aye. All those against, no. I believe the noes have it. The question now is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Ryan be agreed to. I will now put the question. All of that opinion say aye. All those against, no. I believe the noes have it. I have another piece of paper for that one. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill, in accordance with Standing Order 195, this bill will return to the House for further consideration. Clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 4. Aged Care Bill 2024. Resumption of debate on second reading.
I understand that it is the wish of the Federation Chamber to debate the order of the day concurrently with the Aged Care Amendment Bill 2024. And I call the member for Riverina, there being no objections, the chair will allow this course to be followed. And I call the member for Riverina in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is the Aged Care Bill 2024. Quite a tome. But in this volume, you can't get the feeling and the emotion and the hurt and the angst and the despair and the anxiety of regional people for whom aged care is so important. I understand it is important for everybody, but particularly in regional communities where lately all too many older Australians who've given so much for this country have had to be shipped out to far-flung towns to get care in their twilight years, and this is simply not good enough. And this document that won't extol just how bad that is for those families of those loved ones who are forced to not be able to get ageing in place. And I spoke this morning to Ross Tout. He was for 14 years the chairman of Uralba Aged Care in Gundagai. He's now the vice chairman of that organisation. It is fully booked, 19 beds, all occupied by wonderful Gundagai people. Now, Gundagai is a very hilly town, and Uralba Lodge, Uralba Aged Care, is right next door to the hospital. Now, the MPS needed to be right next door to the aged care centre in order to receive federal funding when it was opened in 2011. And it's almost like an episode out of Yes Minister. And I well recall that The Compassionate Society, Season 2, Episode 1, where you had Jim Hacker and Sir Humphrey Appleby talking about the best performing hospital in Britain. And the nurse who was talking to them said, "Minister, it's one of the best run hospitals in the country. It's up for a Florence Nightingale Award." And Jim Hacker's sort of saying, "It's functioning now." Yes, it was functioning, but it didn't have any patients. And I mean, it's almost laughable. It was doing so well because it had no patients, so it was meeting all the criteria that a good hospital should, just for the mere fact that there weren't any patients in it. And why I mention that is because at Uralba they've got a lift which joins on this hillside location the aged care centre and the MPS. And it's only been used, according to Ross Tout, about 10 times. And do you know why that is so? It's because there's a differentiation between the state and the federal departments that run these facilities, and what they do, rather than turn the lift on, unlock the lift and put the patients in the aged care centre who need to go sort of to the MPS, to the hospital, they call an ambulance. And rest assured, there's just 50 metres separating these two facilities. 50 metres. But wait for it, the ambulance station is not that far away either. You could measure it in metres as well. So they call the ambulance to pick up elderly patients in one facility and take them next door, because the state and the federal governments, the departments, cannot agree about funding. And this is right up with Yes Minister. And this happened to Ross Tout's father, Ian, 89 years old, a fellow who is a wonderful Australian, given so much to this country, and you have a situation such as that which is just ridiculous. You've got these Tor Street facilities right next door to one another, and then you have ambos, as good as they are, and they don't mind because they're locals, they love their community, they do everything that they can for their communities, and they have to drive up and get the patients and take them right next door. And the aged care situation in Australia is dire in regional Australia. And it is dire because you had a situation with a Royal Commission, and no one denies that Royal Commissions should not be very much adhered to in the main by governments which bring them on. But when you have recommendations and then ministers not frightened to even so much as challenge a recommendation. And I mention here the situation with the 24/7 nurses. You have regional communities right across my electorate, right across the member for Parkes electorate, which takes up half of New South Wales. I no doubt the member for Forest has them too in Western Australia, who facilities can't find registered nurses to fulfil the requirements that the aged care recommendations said were necessary. And you've got situations there where as we had in Coolum and Allawah Lodge, where they had to close an entire wing, one of their 3 wings of that facility, where they couldn't find enough nurses, they couldn't find enough staff, and so they closed an entire wing of the Allawah Lodge. Now, fortunately, they've been able to, using immigration visas, they've been able to fill those vacancies, and well done to Tony Donoghue, the General Manager of the local council which owns and operates the facility, Allawah Lodge, for being able to do that, and the community for going along with it, and that is fantastic. But you also get the situation with Wedden Shire at Grenfell, and the situation there. They have difficulty, and I was very pleased that Wedden Health Council members, Chair Peter Moffat OAM, Peter Spedding, the then Mayor Craig Bembrick, at the Office of Regional Health Minister McBride, were able to meet, and I was very pleased that they were able to put their situation forward about the capital investment they need, but also the situation with local aged care concerns. It wasn't that long ago that the aged care centre at Harden, the little twin towns there, Harden Murrumburra, which had acquired a community paid for, fully subscribed facility from Gaylong years ago, moved it into the twin towns, and then for all number of reasons, particularly brought about by the then operators, just closed it overnight, virtually. And that led to so much heartache and despair in the community. And it's important to note that the regions are doing it tough, particularly trying to find the staff, trying to find the registered nurses. And why is it fair? Why is it right? Of course it's not. That people who live in a community all their lives reach what should be their golden years, and all of a sudden, because of a lack of beds brought about by provisions in a Royal Commission, that they have to shuffle those people out of town and to communities that they are not familiar with, far away from the communities they've lived in and loved all their lives, and all of a sudden they then don't see the people, their families, and particularly in the case of couples who are married for decades, separated for the first time in many, many years because of funding arrangements, because of provisions of lack of staffing. It's just not right. It's almost inhumane, and especially if one of the members of the couple might have early dementia, or and they love seeing their partner, and all of a sudden they're not able to do that. Their partner doesn't have a driver's licence, and these are very real and very real situations that I hear about, and no doubt the member for Parkes hears about just about every day of the week, and it's simply not good enough. And recently we had Salvation Army divesting its residential aged care services in Parkes. Now, Parkes is a big community, 12,000 people, and the Rosedale Aged Care Centre and Retirement Village in Parkes was just closed. And fortunately, the Moyne Aged Care Centre in Canowindra, just outside in the electorate of Calare, was acquired by Rosanna Care Group, but the situation for Parkes is not resolved, is not good enough. And for an organisation like the Salvos, many regional people have given mightily to that, and it is a wonderful charity. But on this occasion, they have failed the community of Parkes. They've failed the people who they should be looking after. 45 residents will be displaced with no clear sight as to which facility they will be rehomed. And it does require urgent intervention. It's simply not good enough. The council's working hard with local families to rectify the situation, but it's very worrying, as is some of the provisions of the aged care situation at the moment.
I thank the member for Riverina. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Parkes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And yes, I speak on this aged care bill tonight, understanding that the ageing population in this country, and speaking to someone who is a baby boomer, I've got to admit, one of the younger end of the baby boomers, but am a baby boomer, and we are the largest cohort of people, citizens in Australia, and the baby boomers are rapidly heading to an area where in higher need. And so the need for this Parliament to work through in improving legislation around aged care and how it's managed is incredibly important. And I'd like to give credit to the government, Minister Wells, and the coalition leadership team that agreed to work through this process, admittedly made some changes, particularly around regional funding, because this issue is way above party politics. It's way above some of the issues that get debated in this place. And so it's, you know, there is a Senate inquiry happening, and if it happens to identify issues that need to be fine-tuned or corrected, well, I'm certainly hopeful that the process is there to do that. Because fundamentally, with this large wave of Australians, post-war babies that have come through the system, there's going to put an enormous burden and pressure on this country, not only in the costs of funding that, but by the time the baby boomers need peak care, my understanding is that we're going to go from 3 out of 5 Australians in the workforce back to 2. So not only are we going to have a smaller income coming to the government through income tax, but we're also going to have a workforce issue. And it's the workforce issue at the moment that is creating some problems in aged care in my electorate. But before I go on to that, I might just touch, I was Regional Health Minister during the pandemic, and one of the absolute scandals, I believe, was the way the Australian media portrayed aged care during that time. They made elderly people fearful, so much so that it's only just getting back now where people have got enough confidence to go into that higher level of care. And quite frankly, we've seen people languishing at home, living in less optimum circumstances because of this fear of going into aged care. And clearly there were deaths in aged care, as in the rest of society. But to be quite frank, aged care now has moved somewhat in the last 30 years. You know, originally a lot of facilities that were built as hostel type accommodations for, if you like, reasonably active retirees to go and live in a communal space. Now with more focus on home delivered aged care now has transformed into basically higher level of care and end of life care. And so the people that are going into these facilities now are going in for a lesser period of time, but they're also going into a space where they need a higher level of care. So to assume, to know that people in aged care are actually dying at a higher rate than the rest of Australia is the bleeding obvious, quite frankly. But the scare campaign that went into that was very, very damaging to the industry. Apart from scaring the elderly people, the degeneration to the staff that work in there, these are the salt of the earth people. Someone that goes in and cares for our elderly people, in years ago it would have been the responsibility of a family, but now with people working, both couples, all in the workplace, we have now put the care of our elderly into someone else's hands. So those people are gems. They are dealing with people who are suffering from dementia, that are disorientated, that have become aggressive, that need that higher level of care. And they do it, and I see it in every town where I go to visit. I see these wonderful people, and quite frankly, they were demoralised after the pandemic for the way they were treated by the media and the way it was portrayed. And it's been difficult to get people to look at going back into that occupation. I acknowledge the government has paying more money for that, but also, apart from the money, we need to make sure that these people are rewarded, emotionally rewarded and recognised for the work they do. And with the best of intentions, I suspect, and we see this a lot, people who live in larger centres in the cities not understanding regional aged care, and the member for Riverina mentioned this, the need for 24/7 registered nurses, while it's a lofty ambition, I'm sure, but it's created an enormous issue for the aged care in regional Australia. I'll give you an example. Southern Cross Care is the major provider in Broken Hill. I think it's about 270 people they care for when it's at capacity. Now, they struggle because they're in competition with the Far West Health District and the Royal Flying Doctor Service and local medical practices for this very small cohort of people that have the skills in that nursing care. So in an attempt to meet the legislative requirements, and so they're not in trouble from the department of being compliant, they're bringing agency nurses in from the cities at a much higher rate, which is blowing out the budget for these places. But worse still, it's impacting the morale of the workforce. So if you can picture someone that's a local person, a registered nurse with 30 years experience, working side by side with a new graduate, someone without that experience. They could be a good person, but they don't have that experience. They're not committed to the community. They've just flown up from Melbourne or Adelaide or somewhere to work for 2 weeks. For them to be earning more money than the local person working side by side doing the same job is a circumstance that's got to be fixed. We've seen that with doctors in an attempt to fix something in a short term by throwing money at people to go and live and work in these remote places. We've actually created a bigger problem. So we've got doctors now who choose a career of being a locum rather than establish themselves in a community. And now we're starting to see that with the nurses coming into aged care. So that got Southern Cross into a degree of financial problem, and I do want to recognise Minister Wells for her personal attention to this and the relief package that we got for Southern Cross Care, because Broken Hill is a long way from other communities, and Far Western Health now, in an attempt to free up their critical care beds, are moving people out, and with Southern Cross not having the ability to take them, we are seeing people sent to Balranald, which is over 400 kilometres away, and so couples, as the member for Riverina spoke about, in their final years, maybe they've been together 60, 65 years, they spend their final years apart. Now, I've had family members that have had dementia, and part of the care is the ability for a family member to come in because the nursing staff don't have that much time just to help feed lunch, to stand there and hold their hand, just to have company with them. All of that. And so this is a tragedy. And Lake Kajiligo, I've been working with the Lake Kajiligo All Care Group now, I reckon for 15 years. The Murrumbidgee Health District now have in the final stages of the plans for expanding the MPS in Lake Kajiligo. I believe that those plans are now on the desk of the New South Wales Health Minister. I'm hoping that we can see that, because I've talked to a couple of gentlemen in Lake Ajeligo whose partners have now passed away, their wives have passed away. One was in West Wyalong, one was in Condobolin. Both of them 110 kilometres away from where they live. These gentlemen were in their mid-80s, and at best they could see their wives one day a week. So regional health, and in this package, and I'm pleased that that Senator Ruston was able to negotiate more money for regional, because the irony of all of this is that the smaller facilities, there's no other option for those towns, and they are more expensive to run. And so this is a need. And the other thing I think we've got to have a conversation with the Australian people to make them understand that they're going to have to plan for their old age, whether they like it or not. They can't just pretend that someone's going to be there. They've got to have a plan, because if they don't have a plan for themselves, they'll end up in someone else's plan, and it mightn't be what suits them. I met with the Probus Club in Broken Hill earlier this year, and they were quite upset about the fact of the lack of beds in the town, and basically they were saying, look, we've paid taxes all our lives, the government should look after our old age. Well, the reality is that that's going to change, and you are going to have to contribute. If you have an asset, you're going to have to contribute in a fair way. This bill has recognised that. It's not an extreme request for more money, but people are going to have to plan, particularly younger generations, as everyone ages through, are going to have a plan so they know when they get to a point that they are going to have to know what's going to happen. Because some of the tragic cases that I've dealt with over the last 17 years are when people have not thought about this, and they've either had their partner pass away, they've had a fall or a stroke or a dementia diagnosis, and all of a sudden you've got an elderly person caring for someone that they just do not have the capacity to do that, and without having somewhere to go. So you need to know what your options are under various scenarios as you age. Sometimes as members of Parliament, we don't do very well at having that conversation. We tend to say to people, oh, look, we'll go to the minister and we'll do this and do that. But we need to have that conversation with the Australian people to understand that this legislation, in its final forms, and we haven't seen that yet, but in its legislation with the intent of it, is to put a framework in for the next stage of aged care in this country, and everyone in this country needs to be prepared to do that. And as someone that will be leaving this place after 17 years, and I'm be at the official age of retirement, you need to have a plan on two scenarios. You're going to live to be 100 or you're going to die tomorrow. And you need to have those plans in place. And so that's incredibly important. But I just might finish the last minute or so talking about the wonderful facilities in my electorate. I've spoken about Broken Hill just as an example, but that could be replicated right across. We've got Cooey Lodge in Gilgandra, we've got Cooinda in Coonabarabran, and fantastic facilities. In my hometown, Nauru, I can proudly say that my parents were instrumental in having, my father was on the chairman of the committee, he was the local mayor that got Nauru built in the first place. And now we're seeing, I go to visit those people, and the people that I admired as a young person in Warringah, the community leaders of 40 years ago, are now getting cared by people that they know. When you're in aged care in a place like Warringah or Coonabarabran or Gilgandra or Canamble, any of those towns, you're being cared for by someone that has a connection to you. You are just not the old person in that bed. You are known. You are respected and you are loved. But we can't let that go. We've got to make sure we maintain those facilities because we don't talk about it enough. We talk about healthcare, we talk about education, we talk about childcare, but the ability to be able to die in your own town, surrounded by your family and friends, is a basic human need. We can't shuffle people around like a commodity. And hopefully, I've got great faith in this legislation that those things will be addressed. And I give support on the concept, and I'll pass my judgment when I see the final bill, but I think this is a step in the right direction. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Parkes for his contribution. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I'll give the call to the member for Nickel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the aged care bill, but and I'll go into the bill itself. But if I could just say, the retiring member for Parkes has been one of the most honourable people who's ever served in this place. He's been probably one of the most connected to his vast community that has ever served in this place. And if I can conduct myself with the decency of the member for Parkes in this place, I'll be a very proud person, and I wish him well. Thank you. And now aged care, as the member for Parkes did say, is so important. Any change to aged care policy has real consequences. And there are some anticipated and some unintended. Now, the last tranche of changes, while in line with the recommendations of the Royal Commission, it did have some, it did cause some issues in my electorate. And sadly, a community-based nursing home in a place called Nathalia had to close. Now, that was called Barwo, and it closed because it could neither afford the changes implemented that needed to be implemented or recruit the highly qualified staff required. Now, that results not a good outcome for the community or the elderly residents of the town who would want to live out their days there. Now, I just want to explain a little bit about this place called Nathalia. It's primarily a dairying town, but there's some cropping around there too. These people live their lives on the land. They work incredibly hard, harder than a lot of Australians, I'd say, getting up crack of dawn, milking cows, as the member for Forrest has done through her career. What happens is that one of the couple probably, if I could say, deteriorates faster than the other. And the member for Parkes explained this. Someone has to go into care first. Now, when you've got a small community place in a small town like Nathalia, and one of the couple needs to stay out on the farm or indeed in the house that they've bought in town, it means they can be close to each other till the end. And that's so important, not only for the couples, but also often the kids who've taken over the farm will continue to live in the region. Now, that might not be a big deal in, suburban Melbourne, where you move, okay, you've got to move into a new place, but it's still only 10, 15 minutes down the road. Sometimes, and some of these people from Barwo have had to go an hour away. Now, what does that mean to a couple where someone's had to move an hour away? Sometimes the people who are left at home can't drive. The kids are a long way away from those people. It's an example, and I am going to give some credit to the government on some elements of what's been agreed here, but I just think it's another element of the current government not quite understanding that regional Australia works differently to the metropolitan areas, and it needs some exemptions and it needs to be treated a little bit differently in the legislation. This is just one example of that. And if I can bring anything to this place, as the member for Forrest does, it's to try to explain that things are a bit different out in regional Australia, and we've got to have legislation that acknowledges and understands that. Now, high-quality aged care is the right of every Australian, and the opposition provided a clear offer to work with the government on sensible aged care policies, because we need a system that's strong and sustainable to support future generations. It is important that we recognise that aged care is not merely a sector. It is a reflection of who we are as a society. And in response to the coalition, to the Royal Commission, the former coalition government provided more than $18 billion in funding to support the immediate needs of the sector. And through good faith negotiations, our aim has been to ensure that any reforms provide dignity and clarity for older Australians. And we have held the government to account and to finally introduce their package of reform that brings all Australians into this important conversation. Now, the challenges of aged care are clear and undeniable, and they don't just exist in this country but all around the world. More than half of aged care homes across Australia are operating at a loss. We have an ageing population, and a future care is a source of stress for elderly Australians and their children and their grandchildren. And there's a desire for people to age at home, and the way aged care is delivered and supported needs to change. We all acknowledge that. This bill represents a significant package of reforms, which is why we have sought immediate referral to the Community Affairs and Legislation Committee for inquiry. Aged care, it's so important, and the changes to it impact so many, and we need to really engage and have a proper conversation. But I'd just like to acknowledge that this is one of those times when I think the Coalition and the government have worked pretty well together, and I'm always keen to try and explain that it's not all about us yelling at each other in question time, but there are times when all people of good faith try to negotiate an outcome that's right. Now, it might not be perfect for everyone, and I've indicated some of the concerns I still have, but through good faith negotiations, the Coalition has achieved significant changes to the government's proposed legislation that will protect the interests of older Australians. Some grandfathering. The Coalition fought for the inclusion of grandfathering arrangements to ensure that every Australian who has already commenced their journey of ageing within the Commonwealth system will not be impacted by these changes. And that means all older Australians currently in the system, including those on a home care waitlist, will not pay 1 cent more for their aged care journey. There's a fairer deal for hard-working Australians. The Coalition fought for the inclusion of a much lower taper rate to ensure equitable contributions for Australians who work hard all their lives to save for their retirement, and an assurance that the federal government will remain the majority funder of aged care, not the consumer, although the consumer will contribute. The Coalition fought for the maintenance of a lifetime cap on care contributions across both residential and home care to provide certainty to families who may have loved ones in care for many years, as well as the inclusion of a time-limited cap for residential aged care to ensure that older Australians and their families will only be required to contribute to care costs for 4 years. Now, the government's original proposal saw no cap on home care and $184,000 cap on residential aged care only. And we've gained the concession that no older Australian will pay more than $130,000 for home care and the non-clinical care in residential care combined. The really important one that Member for Forest and the equally distinguished retiring member for Grey, I'm the retiring member for Forest, who've both been wonderful members of this place, have fought for, because they understand regional and rural Australia. This Coalition secured $300 million in additional capital funding through the Aged Care Capital Assistance Program for regional, rural, remote aged care providers to upgrade their facilities, as well as additional care funding, particularly for regional, rural and remote aged care homes. And I've explained how important it is to keep some of these places in smaller communities open and taking people. Targeted support for rural, regional and remote aged care homes was not included in the initial proposal. It's there now. And the removal of criminal penalties, and we strongly pushed for the removal of the criminal penalties from the bill following serious concerns that their inclusion would force the exit of highly capable staff from the sector in fear of being criminally punished to a level not seen in other industries. The Albanese government wanted aged care workers and even volunteers to be criminally liable, and we thought that was inappropriate. We don't need unionism in every aged care home, and in fact we can't have it when we're trying to understand the needs of regional and rural Australia. Labor wanted a workers' representative to be able to come in to every single aged care home and demand an explanation on any aspect of its operations. Now, we support aged care providers working consultatively with their staff, but we don't want unions to march into aged care homes and tell them how to do their jobs, and we successfully fought to remove that provision. This bill aims to ensure that Commonwealth aged care services remain accessible to those who require them today and into the future, and it aims to promote dignity, independence and a meaningful life for older Australians, which the Coalition remains committed to. And we want to consult with older Australians in the sector. Now, Deputy Speaker, as a regional member, and I've explained this previously, but I understand that we do face unique challenges. And the fact that they will get significantly increased funding for people in their care is really important. And I'm really proud that we were able to fight for that. And I want to give some credit to Minister Wells for listening. The best policy in this place happens when we all collaborate and say, this is what I'm hearing from my people, this is what you're hearing for your people, this is what is doable, this is what we can't do. And I think, even though I still have some concerns, there's a bit of that in this. And I think the Australians will be pleased with the way we've done that. It's very personal, aged care, because we've all been there, or we're all going to be there in the situation where a loved one, and in my case it was my maternal grandmother, Molly Dunham, had a fall at home. We put her into the hospital and we knew she wasn't going back home. And in the town of Shepparton that she lived in her whole life, she was able to go into a facility that looked after her and treated her with dignity. And the last time I ever saw her alive was when I went into that place and saw the staff making sure she was okay, had a cup of tea, and was enjoying her time. And if I can just share, during the campaign, and this is how small some of our communities are, I went door knocking around an area of Shepparton, and I banged on the door with my leaflet and said, "Hello, I'm Sam Birrell, I'm your Nationals candidate for Nichols." And she said, "I remember you, you're Molly's grandson. I worked at Mercy Care and I looked after your mum." And that was a pretty emotional moment for both of us, because I'd be in there all the time visiting Nana, and this person who I was now asking for my vote had looked after her in her final months. Shepparton Villages is another aged care provider in my electorate, and they had a new facility built recently, probably opened about 5 or 6 years ago. It was opened by the then Minister for Aged Care, a member of this place, Ken Wyatt. And the then Minister, Ken Wyatt, came in and gave a beautiful speech to the residents of that Shepparton Villages, saying, "You deserve this place because your efforts, your risk, your work, your investment of your capital built Shepparton. You deserve the most relaxing, enjoyable and dignified," thank you, Member for Forrest, dignified end to your life because you built this place. And we could say that about Australia. They built Australia, that generation. They built Australia, they built my community, they built Shepparton, they built farms, dairy farms, and they built places like SPC. And for them to then have the Minister, Western Australian, come in and say, "You deserve this because," and there's some federal government contributions, "You deserve this because you built this town, and now is the time," I'll never forget what he said, "now is the time for you to sit back in comfort and look around at the society that you've built." It was very moving. And while I've got a minute or so left, I do want to go through just how personal it is, and hope everyone's indulges me sharing these personal anecdotes, but it is so personal for us aged care that I knew earlier this year my father had to go into aged care at some point, and I took him to a place called Moyola in Tatura, and we were hoping to get him in, Dad hadn't been that organised, so, and he built, so Moyola's in a small town called Tatura, and my dad moved to Tatura when he was in 1971 as a young lawyer. And we went in there, and Polly Devine, who's the CEO of Moyola, I wanted to show Dad around and make sure that he was, not scared by what he was seeing, and that he was going to be welcomed. And Polly Devine, CEO of Moyola, said to my dad, "Brian, you were a great footballer for Tatura. I've heard legendary stories about what you did and the law firm that you created in this town, and the number of people who you've helped." And he knew that he was going to be looked after and he was going to be okay there. And sadly, he died the next week, and he never got to see that. But aged care and what we do in this place is really important for our families, And I'm really pleased with the bill we've been able to negotiate and come to an agreement on. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I thank the member for Nichols for that very powerful contribution. The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And Mike, I also recognise what the member for Nichols just put on the line there to share with Australia, and thank him for it. Reform in the aged care sector is necessary. It's a fair call. It is time for reform. And we have cooperated with the government on the Royal Commission recommendations, at least part of the response. And we've reached broad agreement with the government on the financial arrangements, which will be a penalty on some Australians. And it took some work to achieve some amendments, which we believe are right and proper. And the fact that the bill is now in this form, I suggest the government agrees with us. So that's a good thing. The member for Nichols just detailed the fact that we negotiated the grandfathering clause. I just think this is basic good governance at any level, whether we're reforming tax systems or assistance programs at any level for government. Anyone who has invested on a existing government policy should not be disadvantaged retrospectively by a change of government policy. So I think pretty much with everything governments do, it should be grandfathered around and always looking to the future. So that is the right and proper thing to do. Better taper rates, a little more generous. In fact, I think we halved the taper rate that the government first suggested because, for obvious reasons, and the fixed lifetime cap. I think this is an assurance for people. I'm working on getting old, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I intend to be working on it for some time yet. But it is my view that as people get older, they're a little more careful with the money they have managed to accumulate through their life, and they think, well, this is mine, and in many cases they want to pass it on to their children. I'm not sure they should be of that opinion. I think maybe that's causing as many problems as it helps, but you can understand that. So that fixed lifetime cap, and then of course one that is extremely important to me, and maybe we haven't pushed hard enough, is the $300 million for infrastructure spend, and it is in that area that I really want to spend the bulk of my speech talking about, is the disadvantage of rural and regional electorates in trying to provide aged care, and just what a mountain we sit on, and how tough it is, how much tougher it is to manage there than elsewhere. So aged care in the country is extra expensive, higher costs for food supplies, for transport, particularly for staff, and that seems a little illogical. But the problem is because we can't fill our staffing rosters, aged care facilities frequently have to resort to agency staff, which is around 2 to 3 times the cost of regular staff. They just have no choice. They've got to keep their doors open. The legislation passed in this place, I think last year now, but it may have been early this year, by the government to enforce every aged care facility have 24/7 registered nurse on call. For smaller facilities, it's just a bar that is too high, and it's more expensive staffing, and that has leading to agency staff as well, or breaking the regulations and running the risk of being curtailed. So in my electorate, I've already lost one nursing home, one that my auntie lived in, incidentally, for some years, a very nice place down at Stansbury on York Peninsula called Elnora. 4 years ago as it closed. It was a community-run organisation, but they hit hard times, and so it was taken over by Elder Care, who did their best. But in the end, they too were beaten by the staffing issues. Now, I could take you there, Mr Deputy Speaker, to Stansbury. It's like heaven on a stick. It's a beautiful York Peninsula little seaside coastal town. And you think, why wouldn't people want to go there and work? But it's around about 2.5, 3 hours from Adelaide, and they don't want to go there and work. They don't want to go in there and live. People want to come there for holidays. They fill up the shacks all the time. Not a problem, but we just can't get the staff there. And I've got another one on York Peninsula seriously under pressure at the moment, at a time when actually the demand for aged care is increasing. And it's not as if we haven't had the warning. It was in 2002, Peter Costello released the first intergenerational report and identified exactly this issue. The ageing of Australia was going to present an ongoing and increasing challenge for younger Australians as they are asked to fund the retired people of this nation. So, and how we deal with that. One of the problems we have in this ageing Australia is people like me. I think I'm a baby boomer. I'm never too sure about where those margins fit in, but I'll settle for that. We all want better. I mean, we want better facilities than our parents aged in and our grandparents aged in. We want bigger rooms. We want independent bath showering facilities, and for good reasons. We've just been through a pandemic, and it was very good. You can justify that on medical and health grounds alone. So we want better, but better costs more. And better means knocking down old facilities that actually can do the job, but nobody wants to use them anymore. So I'm very grateful in Whyalla, where we had a community-run organisation that really hit hard times and were to the point of having to close their doors. In fact, we're Helping Hand, which is a Catholic association, a Uniting Church associated aged care facility, stepped in and took over the management. And it was running into the last election, and I managed to secure a commitment from the government at the time of a $10 million grant to help them rebuild and refurbish, to get rid of the shared bathrooms and build some extra facilities. We did not win the election, and the Labor Party had not committed to the same commitment, but I'm very grateful that they did come to the party, and eventually prices have gone up, as they have everywhere, but $17.2 million has come from the current federal government to Helping Hand in Whyalla, and I'm very grateful for that investment, and I think we can see the pathway forward there now with management from a bigger organisation having some advantages, some economic gains. But we need an investment similar to that, in fact even more in Port Augusta at the moment. We've got facilities that are the 1970s style, and they need to be upgraded, and there's demand there. We have a private operator there. To give you some idea, the private operator came in possession of the facilities that were owned by the council and sold to the private operator for $1, which would give you some indication of how much money it was not making, how much money it was losing. So we've had someone prepared to stick their head up, take the risk. I understand that they are breaking even, but there is no way in the world that we can find the kind of investment dollar that they need to refurbish, rebuild, expand. So the $300 million is very important, but I make the point there's 150 electorates around Australia. $300 million ain't going to go all that far. That's the answer. And in this area, you know, it's a reform. It will help fund the health system. It will ask people who have more to contribute more. I'm not against that, but it is something that I think the fact that we've come together, it will be accepted a little more than if it was a politically difficult decision. In government in 9 years, things get forgotten quickly, I might say, Mr Deputy Speaker. In government 9 years, we tripled the number of home care packages. We went from somewhere around 60 to over 200,000. And we're still being criticised, quite rightly, I guess, that there weren't enough, and there's still not enough. But it's worth remembering that in 9 years we tripled the number of home care packages. We invested a further $18 billion a year into aged care, and it raises serious issues for Australia with ever-increasing demand on government services everywhere. Our stalled, indeed our falling per capita productivity is a huge concern. If we want more, if we want better health, better aged care, better childcare, education, NDIS, and we don't want to pay more taxes, which clearly the majority of Australians don't want to, well, somewhere or another, we've got to increase productivity. We cannot have a backward slip in productivity. The only way that Australia will be able to afford the future it wants is if we are more productive, which means we have to take the bull by the horns here in this place and talk about how we get more for the same, if you like. How we get our workers of the nation to make sure we have a better outcome from their efforts. Now, if you ask any individual worker, can you work harder, they'll say no. But we are not keeping up with the rest of the world. So one way or another, we need to re-examine what we do. This goes to fundamental issues, but we now have a 37.5-hour working week in Australia. I think it's 37. We've got people that only want to work 4 days a week, not come to work, and everything else that goes with it. I think we all as Australians need to put a shoulder a little harder to the wheel. I don't think I'm going to win a lot of votes advocating for a 40-hour week, Mr Deputy Speaker. But maybe that's what we need. Maybe Australia needs to go back to just have all going a little bit harder. For me, a 40-hour week looks like taking most of it off. And there are other people out there running delis and small businesses that are exactly the same as the people that work in this place. But that's not a magic answer, but it's one option. I just think we all need to do a bit more. So the proposals of ever-expanding holiday, workplace benefits, restrictions on workplace practices, working from home, leave entitlements, forever expanding. The list, we just need to think about what it is we do here in this place. When I hear in South Australia the government walks in one day and decides it would be a good idea if we have an extra public holiday on Easter Sunday, and that's fine for them. Apart from their hospitals, no one was working for the government on Sunday, but everybody out there running a deli on that day, everybody trying to cater for public services now has to pay double time and a half on Sunday when it would have been a regular weekend rate before. That's the kind of decisions that are made in Parliament House that have effect on the ground, that in the end affect things like the way that we deliver aged care. So, in aged care, higher wages, good, give it a tick. Better quality care, better quality, absolutely. We're all in favour of that. Better facilities, absolutely. We're in favour of it. But they all cost, and so do staffing ratios. So it's arguable, particularly with smaller facilities, that the staffing ratio should be different. And there should be far greater recognition given, and there was a little move, I think, in the last budget, but far greater recognition giving of the role of enrolled nurses in aged care. Now, I don't want to belittle anyone in the industry. A lot of aged care, though, is not rocket science. It's about actually having the right attitude, the aptitude, if you like. And I often argue, not argue, but say to people, like they say, why can't you get more people to work in aged care? I say, aged care or disability care or any other kind of care. I said, it's not as if we are all adaptable to it or suitable. I think you need to have vocation. Some people are just not good with other people. Maybe it's intentional, maybe it's genetic. And I'm not sure they're the people that I want in aged care. I want people that are, by nature, driven by kindness, care, the capacity to take less than optimal. I don't mean in the sense of wages, I mean in the sense of they might have difficult customers, but they need to rise above that. I think they do something very, very special. It is one of the downsides of the Royal Commission that I lament was the focus on some bad facilities and some bad workers that I think in a way degraded like care workers in the eyes of the public across the board, and people saying, I don't enjoy my job anymore. They all think that we're abusing these oldies in here. And I just know from the facilities I walk into and the people I talk to and the people I know that work within them, it is not the case in anything like anything but a very, very tiny minority. But that minority gained a lot of airplay in that space. Now, it had to be exposed, I'm not saying that, but there is collateral damage that sits there within the industry. So we need to pay better. We need to provide better facilities. This bill will help with all those things, but we need also to continually recognise the contribution that those workers in the industry make, and just generally what a wonderful job they do for caring for the people that built this nation to be what it is.
And I thank the member for Grey. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, first, as I start, I want to pay tribute to the member for Nichols and his contribution. I was honoured to be in the room for that contribution, and I will say to him that I have no doubt that his father Brian was very and is very proud of him, everything that he has achieved for his community before being elected and since being elected. And what the member for Nichols shared in his story and his courage is that idea that aged care is something that we all have a stake in. And whether you're already living in aged care, you have a family member or a grandparent in aged care, or you're thinking about your own future, it is in the interest of all Australians that we have a strong and dignified aged care system. It's something that we are all touched by at some point in our lives. And in many ways, we as a society will be defined by how we treat those in aged care and how we treat young people as well. And I'm very lucky to have a lot of great facilities and aged care facilities in my community. I want to pay tribute to two that I was able to visit in the last 2 weeks. I was able to present Australian flags to Monda Lodge in Hillsville and also Advent Care in Warburton. And it gave me a great opportunity to talk to the residents, to hear their stories, to hear in a really positive way about how they are enjoying their time at those facilities. And that is what we need to do. As the member for Grey said, as the member for Nichols said, as so many have said, we need to look after those that have built our communities and built our country. And the Coalition wants to see a thriving aged care sector. And it's why we called for the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety. And we've remained resolute in advocating for the dignity and clarity that older Australians deserve. And that is why we will reserve our position until the committee delivers its final report, while looking to work in a bipartisan way and a collaborative way with the government. And this bill delivers on the first recommendation of the Royal Commission to implement a new rights-based Aged Care Act. And the Aged Care Bill of 2024 will replace the Aged Care Act and the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission Act. And the issues before our aged care system are undeniable. We have more than half of the aged care homes across the nation operating at a loss, an ageing population, and Australians have a desire to stay at home as long as possible. And these things combined show us that we must change the way that aged care is delivered. And we also need to recognise and acknowledge what the intergenerational report shows, and many other reports show, aged care being one of the top 5 costs or spends or investments in the federal budget. But we need to make sure that's sustainable going forward, because we know projections are deficits as far as the eye can see. And in my electorate of Casey, many older residents have a strong desire to stay at home and to remain a part of the community that they've spent their lives in, given the regional and rural nature in particular of some parts. And many are able to do this with some help here and there from family, but for others, the system is letting them down. And this is something I've spoken on previously. I know the member for Mayo, who is in the chamber, has also spoken about these challenges. And I'm contacted regularly from elderly residents and their families about issues with accessing care at home through the My Aged Care system. My office assists constituents each and every week who are having difficulties accessing services that have been approved under their package. And in October of 2023, I wrote to the Minister on behalf of a number of constituents who were unable to access services that had been approved through My Aged Care. One of these constituents, now 93, was not able to even get on a waiting list for mowing services, and his wife is 91. I was contacted by his daughter-in-law, who has been a fantastic advocate for her in-laws. She managed to get an assessor to come out who came to assess the mother but couldn't assess the father at the same visit. And having received no notification of the outcome, she followed up my aged care and was told the mother's package had been approved back in May, but they were not notified. And on the same call, she was advised that her father's referral had, and I quote, got stuck in the system. When seeking further information, she was informed the mother's package in fact had no funding attached and there would be at least a 12-month wait for this service. These are two people in their 90s who just want some help getting their lawns mowed. The toll this has taken not only on my elderly constituents, but their daughter-in-law, who has had no choice but to constantly follow up, is unacceptable. And all this happened despite the Minister being aware of the situation and replying in December last year to my correspondence. I've written again to the Minister and I received a response on the 16th of October that states, and I quote, "The government is working on reducing wait times." The Minister then goes on to say, "Support at home will better support older people to remain independent at home through an increase in places, with an additional 300,000 places supported by 2034-2035. The Minister's solution for my 90-year-old constituents is that there will be support available in 10 years. And it goes to show how out of touch the Labor government is with the needs of older Australians. They show no regard for their quality of life. But these residents are not the only ones. I've been contacted by the daughter of another community member who said the following, and I quote, "I've spent many hours advocating for Mum, being her carer and getting her to and from medical appointments. But I would much rather she was able to benefit from the care designed to be delivered by her home care package and for me to have shared those same hours with her as her daughter, providing social care and creating memories. Instead, I've been functional, doing jobs that needed doing, but not enjoying all the mother-daughter moments we should have. The system does not support that." Through good faith negotiations with the government, the Coalition has achieved significant changes to the government's proposed legislation that will protect the interests of older Australians and future generations. We have worked tirelessly to ensure the government's reforms are fairer, particularly for Australians who have worked hard all their lives to save for their retirement. And that's why we pushed the government to include grandfathering arrangements for those already in the system or on wait lists, lifetime caps, a much lower taper rate, and an assurance that the federal government will remain the majority funder of aged care, not residents and those using the system. And one of the most critical outcomes of our efforts was the introduction of the grandfathering arrangements. These arrangements guarantee that Australians who are already in residential aged care on a home care package or assessed as to be waiting for their allocated home care package will not see any changes to their existing arrangements. In effect, it means that all Australians currently in the aged care system will not pay 1 cent more for their aged care. We also advocated for a lower taper rate towards care contributions to ensure those who have worked hard and saved for their retirement are dealt a fairer deal. The taper rates we demanded mean that funding contributions increase at a much slower rate than the government had wanted. We also fought for the maintenance of a lifetime cap on care contributions. These caps we demanded mean that Australians will always know that the maximum they could ever be required to contribute is fixed to give them certainty. And importantly, the maintenance of a lifetime cap will provide families with peace of mind when it comes to the associated costs of caring for their loved ones. And in addition to these financial safeguards, the Coalition secured an additional investment of $300 million in capital funding for regional, rural and remote aged care providers who are struggling to remain open under the current Albanese government. And the Coalition has always recognised that rural and regional aged care homes face unique challenges and need more support from the government. This funding is critical for upgrading facilities that often struggle to meet the necessary standards due to financial constraints. We also worked hard to remove criminal penalties from this bill following serious concerns that they would force the exit of highly capable staff from the sector in fear of being criminally punished to a level not seen in any other industry. Now let's be clear, and let's be very clear. By removing criminal penalties from this bill, the Coalition has not given a free ticket to providers in the wrong. Existing workplace health and safety laws, banning orders and criminal codes provide the necessary regulatory framework to hold people to account without driving people away from the industry with fear and scare tactics, to make sure that our older Australians can get the care that they need and deserve. And we already know worker shortages, particularly in regional and rural facilities, but in all facilities, is an ongoing challenge. And we also squashed Labor's outrageous attempt to force unionism into every aged care home. Labor wanted a workers' representative to be able to come into every single aged care home and demand an explanation on any aspect of its operations. Now, we support aged care providers working consultatively with their staff, but we will not let unions march into aged care homes and tell them how to do their jobs. While there have been significant achievements made by the Coalition during our negotiations with the government has failed to address critical issues such as workforce shortages, regulatory impacts and implementation timelines in this bill. And these details are so crucial. As we've seen time and time again, creating the policy and announcing the policy are in some ways the easy part. The implementation, the detail of how we get this right is so crucial, particularly when we're talking about aged care and any care sector where we're looking after our most vulnerable. And as we see with the examples of my community members that I talked about previously, if rollouts are going to take 10 years, we need to understand the human cost of that delay. And the Coalition is seeking to ensure that the introduction of this bill will not force the closure of more homes, but instead result in the commencement of critical new builds across the sector. But we are disappointed by the lack of transparency the government has shown to the Australian public throughout their entire process of these reforms, with the conversations forced to occur behind closed doors, which caused anxiety for many in our community. And it is clear that from the 2 inquiry hearings held thus far, there is notable frustration from older Australians and the sector. Frustrations that many of the changes proposed by the government were not consulted upon. The bill, however, aims to ensure that the Commonwealth aged care services remains accessible to those who require them today and into the future. It seeks to promote dignity, independence and a meaningful life for older Australians, which the Coalition and I remain committed to. And we will continue to consult with older Australians and the sector through the ongoing inquiry process and work through the issues that are raised as we seek to achieve dignity and clarity for all older Australians. And we will continue to seek to do that in a bipartisan way. Despite the rhetoric of the Prime Minister and many others, when you look at two of the biggest costs to the budget, NDIS and aged care, the Coalition has worked in a constructive and collaborative and bipartisan way to deliver results for all Australians, to improve the outcomes, while always continuing to hold the government to account.
And I thank the member for Casey. The question before the Federation Chamber is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Royal Commissioner into Aged Care Quality and Safety found in 2021 that the treatment of older Australians in the aged care system was characterised by neglect. It shocked the sector, the community and governments into action. This bill was born out of that Royal Commission. So it's somewhat disappointing to know that the majority of the debate on this bill has actually occurred in the Federation Chamber. This isn't an amendment, this is an entirely new act. And I feel incredibly disappointed that this bill has not been heard in the main chamber. This bill, if passed, will implement 58 of the 148 Royal Commission recommendations handed down in 2021. It will provide a more tailored support for older people with 8 levels of support and around $78,000 per year of short-term support for palliative care, which I think is critical and something that I've raised directly with the Minister in months gone by, in fact years gone by. So I'm pleased to say that that will be in there, and that will allow people who are in that palliative stage of life to be able to hopefully stay at home for as much as possible. We'll provide more for home modifications and access to assistive technology, including new equipment loan scheme. While organisations which deliver aged care services will now also be allowed to deliver assessment services, I have received assurances that monitoring will occur to prevent conflicts of interest, so that a provider can't use assessments to make work scheme for their own business, and we have seen that in other sectors. I'm pleased the bill provision aims to address serious delays in obtaining aged care assessments, but believe it should set out statutory timeframes for delivery of assessments and allocation of packages, as we have seen these blow out so much, depending entirely on how much is allocated in the federal budget year on year. Our waiting lists are now so long that it's 13 months after assessment for a high-level package to be delivered, and that is utterly shameful. We don't even know exactly how many people are on the wait list. I mean, the government's own website hasn't updated their figures since the March quarter, which is disgraceful in itself, but it's believed that there are around 76,000 older Australians, and that's from questions in the Parliament, that are waiting for care at home. People are dying while waiting for a package, and some people are seeing no other option but to take their own life, voluntary assisted dying, because they are deteriorating and they wait for that elusive package. It's almost like it's a mirage on the horizon. And I thank the Council of the Ageing, National Seniors Australia, the Older Persons Advocacy Network, the Aging Community Care Providers Association and other advocates for their efforts to improve the experiences of older Australians in the aged care system. And while I support this bill in principle, Deputy Speaker, I do believe that it misses the mark in some respects. I am disappointed the bill will not create an independent complaints commissioner. An independent complaints commissioner with teeth and a transparent complaints process is needed in order to best protect consumers' rights. I have funding concerns. I'm concerned about the funding model for the system going forward. Older Australians will be carrying the burden for the sector's funding shortfall and to deliver savings to government. The increased user-pays approach to aged care will make life incredibly difficult for many, even if only one partner needs high-level care. Many couples with a family home will likely need to sell the home to cover the significantly increased contributions towards ongoing care fees and higher refundable deposits for residential aged care. Providers will now be able to charge a maximum of a refundable deposit of $750,000 that will be indexed over time, and that's up from $550,000 without seeking regulatory approval. With compound interest calculated at a conservative 6% and retaining 2% per annum of the $750 refundable deposit, a provider will be able to obtain up to $328,699 over 5 years or more per resident. It is not clear how the government will ensure that the additional funds are spent as intended on improving facilities and constructing new aged care beds as our ageing population continues to go. Further, the bill provides that the operation of the deposits will not be reviewed until 2029. We cannot provide a blank cheque for aged care providers at the expense of older Australians. I'd like to point out that in addition to the significantly increased refundable deposits for aged care, residents will also be liable for paying for the following charges. And these, I understand, are not capped over a lifetime. Basic daily care fees for tens of thousands of dollars per year. Daily extra services, now higher everyday living fees of thousands of dollars per year, set to the discretion of the provider. I receive feedback from my constituents who often charge these fees even if they don't or are unable to use services such as wine, such as television. Daily accommodation payments for those unable to pay the refundable deposit. These fees will combine to leave some older people, particularly if partnered, with an incredibly high level of costs. And it's my view that this will likely impact women in particular, given that they have a longer life expectancy than men. Other social schemes, such as Medicare or childcare or the NDIS, do not require contributions of this magnitude. After listening to concerns raised, I've asked the Minister for more information on how the no worse off principle will apply in practice. There is a grey area with respect to grandfathering and whether that also applies to how people use their current package. Many have raised concerns with me about the limitation of their package regarding cleaning and gardening. If you live in a regional area, you generally have a bigger garden, and many tell me that it is having the garden cared for, that support in the garden that allows them to stay home, that helps them manage the bushfire risk. What we are saying to people accessing NDIS is you have choice and control. And what we are saying to older Australians is we will be prescriptive, we will tell you what we need, and we're going to try and extract from you the very maximum that we possibly think is politically palatable for the privilege. National Seniors Australia have shared their view that the bill and explanatory memorandum contains insufficient detail regarding the support at home means test and thresholds to allow people to calculate means testing for all incomes. They posit that the means test regime with 14 steps, 10 threshold areas and various contributions and supplements is neither clear nor simplified enough for all consumers to understand. Furthermore, I'm extremely disappointed that the bill doesn't deliver on recommendation 72. That is that older people with a disability should receive equitable treatment in comparison to those on the NDIS. I've raised this issue many times with ministers of both this government and the previous government and in the media, and it is age discrimination and it should be addressed. Of course, the system it is now, if you are 65, you can't go on the age pension, but you certainly can't go on the NDIS either, and it's a great inequity. We need to make sure that we address that. I've also heard from key stakeholders that statutory review of the Act 5 years after it commences operation is too late, and I'm seeking an amendment to require review of the operation of the Act 3 years after the commencement of the Act, with key terms of reference for the review to be set out in the bill. Much of the detail of the new aged care regime is devolved into the rules and other instruments such as service lists, which will not be subject to sufficient parliamentary scrutiny. This includes rules in relation to the list of services for the purpose of means testing to establish consumer contributions. Some peak bodies and several constituents have raised concerns regarding the inclusion of independents rather than clinical care services such as showering, feeding and dispensing medication. Such services are likely to be clinically required and are not optional extras or nice to have. How on earth can we think that being assisted into the shower is a nice to have? That is a clinical care. It is ridiculous. They are often essential for older people's health, and I'm concerned that requiring significant contributions for independence versus clinical care services could lead to adverse outcomes. If this discourages people from obtaining such essential services with personal care, as I said, showering, feeding, medication, this will have dire consequences for people's physical health. My constituent Betty, whose husband is living at home with dementia, shared with me a common problem. The contribution for personal care is a concern as it makes it sound like a choice. I'm worried that carers may try cutting down on this service, which is essential. My husband, a large man, has collapsed in the shower twice. Fortunately, last time, a carer was there to help and I could call the ambulance while she held him. Showering a person with dementia is surely an essential service. The carer, just by luck, was an experienced nurse last time my husband collapsed, and she was wonderful. The previous time I was on my own and it was traumatic. Current delays in home care packages and CHISP must be addressed. The promises of home support at home in this piece of legislation is purely academic for those who are currently waiting for a home care package. 100% of providers who responded to Anglicare Australia's 2024 Life on the Waitlist report said they could not meet the demand for CHISP in their community, Commonwealth Home Support, due to funding restrictions, workforce issues or regional challenges. It often takes not months but years to find a CHISP provider in my electorate of Mayo, in which circumstances giving regional and rural people a CHISP code is just a cruel fiction. I'm heartily disappointed that the government has ignored opportunities to commit sufficient resources to address this in the last two budgets. The Aged and Community Care Providers Association has advised that the 55,000 additional home care packages that are needed to address the now 76,000 strong waitlist in the federal budget, 73% of their members said they could deliver additional home care. While this would come at an approximate cost of $1.8 billion, that does not take into account the anticipated savings to government from increased contributions from people receiving funding services under the new Home at Support program, and nor does it reflect the savings due to the delay in people taking up more costly residential aged care places because they're being able to be supported at home for longer. And of course that doesn't even address the fact that many people are ending up hospitalised because they're not getting any support at home. Older Australians can't wait for support at home to commence before these egregious wait times of 12 to 15 months are addressed by the government. Support at home can only be as good as the funding that's committed. Otherwise, existing delays will simply be inherited. I again call on the government to urgently address this chronic underfunding of CHISP and home care packages and to properly resource support at home in the future. Now, we're talking about numbers here, 76,000, 15-month waiting lists. But what we are really talking about are real people. And I'd like to share the story of one of those real people. Cyril is 86 years of age. He was 80 kilos when he was assessed as needing a level 4 package in January this year. Cyril's 6 foot tall, he's a tall man. 9 months later, Cyril was down to 42 kilos. He was then told that the wait for care would be some months more, and he lost hope. In October, Cyril had yet another fall and he was hospitalised again. He then felt that he was too far gone. He's a carpenter, a musician, a husband who cared for his wife until she died, and then at that point he embarked on another career as a carer. Cyril didn't retire until he was 81 himself. But when it was time for someone to care for him, he was abandoned. He was abandoned. I met Cyril a few weeks ago. He wants to be remembered as someone who has spoke out about home care packages. He very much wanted to go to the media and talk about the abominable situation that is that a gentleman who lives alone in January this year was assessed as needing a level 4 and by September was still told his package would be months away. someone who has gone through the process of obtaining the medication to have voluntary assisted dying, because at 42 kilos weight, again, he started at 80 kilos of weight in January. At 42 kilos of weight, he doesn't see how he can come back from that. And he is now bedbound after a fall. If he had had the support at home, if he'd had a chair in his shower, if he'd had aides to be able to help him, if he'd had someone to come and help him wash, someone to come and help him prepare meals, the story for Cyril would have been very, very different. And I'm very sorry that Cyril has had this experience, and we must do so much better. We talk about this bill, but until we address home care, it really does mean nothing. Thank you.
And I thank the member for Mayo. The question before the House, before the Chamber, is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Not many issues have had bipartisan support in the 47th Parliament, but I'm glad that this essential reform to our failing aged care system has support from both sides of the floor and the crossbench. Ageing is a privilege but can also be a burden. Our older Australians deserve to be treated with respect, dignity and clarity, which is why the Royal Commission into Aged Care made it so clear that the new Aged Care Act should have a rights-based approach with a focus on people. An effective aged care system will not only give older people improved quality of life with access to medical care, social opportunities and community engagement, but it also helps families manage the added challenges of an ageing loved one and provides peace of mind that their family member is supported and safe. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety was established in 2018 in response to damning incidents of neglect, abuse and negligence in nursing homes across the country. The final report, with 148 recommendations, was handed down in February 2021 and looked at whether aged care services were meeting the needs of the community. The Royal Commission found the community expected certain central themes from the aged care system: dignity and respect, control and choice, the importance of relationships and connections to communities, and the desire for a good quality of life and ageing at home. A key recommendation of the Commission was the development of a new Act, and I'm glad to see the government delivering on that recommendation. A simplified aged care system is beneficial for all, and it's a welcome change to have one piece of legislation and a single set of subordinate legislation called the rules. I note the rules are currently in consultation phase and haven't been finalised, and this means that we don't yet have a confirmed outline of how this bill will actually be implemented. Given there are more than 600 references to the new rules in this bill, which means there are more than 600 times that we're being asked to assume the consultation draft will be adequate. The passing of the rules is a very, very big part of this legislation. It includes important parts of the system change like the Aged Care Code of Conduct and Quality Standards, audit requirements, dealing with complaints and conditions of registration. Now, there were a number of changes that were made after consultation on the draft that have made it easier to support this bill. For example, the Statement of Rights was made stronger with the inclusion of must, the independence of the Complaints Commission was strengthened, and criminal penalties for service provider boards were removed. My office receives a large number of emails in relation to aged care services, both as casework and in response to policy announcements. In fact, given the volume of queries we have from constituents about the supports available to them or their parents, we put out a Curtin Seniors Guide to help people navigate the aged care system and Centrelink. This has been a very popular resource with more than 1,500 distributed to people across Curtin. If constituents would like one, they can pick up a hard copy from my office or download it from the website. After the exposure draft of the new Aged Care Act was released last year, I held a community forum and invited participants to come and discuss what they thought was important to include in a new Aged Care Act. We had a room full of interested people. First, we heard from Mark Kinsella from the Council on the Ageing WA about aspects of the Act, such as the Statement of Rights, the complaints process, the new access pathway, and the enhanced choice and control for consumers. And then we ran a workshop so people could share their concerns and what they liked about the new approach. I want to thank everyone who participated in that workshop and contributed their views, which were captured in our Curtin community submission on the Aged Care Act exposure draft. I found that people in my electorate are chiefly concerned with the humanity of the system. They wanted people to be treated as individuals with connections to their communities which continue into later life. They also wanted to have self-direction as they get older, with the ability to choose their preferred living arrangements and the manner of their death, which is why I'm happy to support this bill with a few caveats. At the outset, I want to state what may be seen as the obvious. People are worried about how the changes to the aged care system will affect them personally. We get so many calls and emails from constituents who are struggling to navigate the current aged care system, and they're really worried that they'll be expected to navigate something new, which is why this reform must be simple, accessible and user-friendly, and it must be responsive to need. The current system is not supplying support when it's required. For example, one constituent, 93-year-old Mabel, was assessed and granted a Level 3 home care package in July last year and waited until this July for her service to begin. It's hard to comprehend how support for a 93-year-old is not urgent. I know that the Minister has the best of intentions that this new aged care scheme will streamline a broken system, and I want to emphasise the importance of clearly communicating the changes to all older Australians and their loved ones. I appreciate a recent speech where the Minister said, "I hear your feedback that reform cannot just happen to you and that you need to be brought along on the journey. I will be representing my community to make sure this promise is enacted." I think the definition of clinical care, which will be paid for by the government, and independence care and everyday living, which the client will pay part of depending on assets, is an important distinction that may not be clearly understood. Change is difficult at the best of times, and when it's changing how people are planning to age or care for their ageing family members, individuals really need to know how they'll be affected. I appreciate the comprehensive website explainers about the new legislation and hope there'll be ongoing community engagement as the new reforms roll out.
I ask the member for Curtin to resume her seat. It being 7:30, the debate is interrupted and resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The member for Curtin will have leave to continue her remarks on a future day. And I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I thank the member for Dunkley. Is the motion seconded?
I'm happy to second that motion, Mr Speaker.
And I thank the member for Wright. The question before the Federation Chamber now is that this motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary say no. I think the ayes have it. So the Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, Thursday the 7th of November.